What if I told you the most dangerous rumor haunting your enemies right now isn't about your past, your mistakes, or your silence, but that your mind itself has become their worst nightmare? Chosen one, the terrifying truth is this: your intelligence has slipped into the shadows of their conversations, whispered with fear, regret, and trembling respect. They once mocked you, thinking you were naive or harmless. But what they never realized is that your silence was a weapon sharper than any sword. It was observation, calculation, revelation. Comment 777 if you feel this truth burning in your spirit. Because heaven has armed you with more than IQ, it has given you divine intelligence, the kind that dismantles lies before they're even spoken. And to every single one of you who has stood with this channel, especially through your super thanks, know this: your support fuels the fire to keep bringing these revelations to light. Stay close, because what's coming next will leave you stunned why your intelligence isn't just brilliance. It's a holy threat to every system built against you. God's chosen ones, the shocking rumor: your intelligence terrifies them. Your intelligence terrifies them because it cannot be explained or confined. They search for the teachers who trained you, the books that shaped you, the mentors who molded you, but they find nothing. How can someone who skipped their systems rise above their so-called experts? 1 Corinthians 1:27 thunders. God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong. Isn't it clear now why they whisper in dark corners about you? Your brilliance unsettles them because it cannot be traced. And what cannot be traced cannot be controlled. When you speak, your words strike like thunder, echoing through eternity. They do not sound like something you just learned. They sound like something that has always been true. People feel it in their bones, and it rattles their illusions. Psalm 119-130 says, "The unfolding of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple." Could it be that the light in your speech is exactly what exposes the shadows they tried to hide in? That is why your presence alone feels dangerous to them. You unravel deception without even trying. And here is the real question for you. Have you ever felt that same weight of being too different, and wished someone would finally understand what you carry inside? History gives us a mirror of this power. Vincent van Gogh, a painter rejected in his lifetime, wrote, "I feel that there is nothing more truly artistic than to love people." His wisdom, disguised in brushstrokes, survived where critics vanished. Doesn't that echo your story? What others mocked at the moment is what will outlast them. In the same way, Genesis 41-39 records Pharaoh's words to Joseph: "There is no one so discerning and wise as you." What Joseph carried could not be silenced, and neither can you. This is not mere intelligence, it is divine knowing. Isaiah 11:2 promises, "The Spirit of the Lord will rest on him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord." That Spirit rests on you, and that is what terrifies them. You do not simply recall facts, you channel revelation. Jeremiah 33:3 confirms this. "Call to me, and I will answer you, and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." Isn't that what you have been doing all along, tapping into mysteries beyond the reach of ordinary minds? Music has hinted at this truth for centuries. In Mozart's Requiem, the Dies Irae rises like a storm, shaking the soul with judgment. Your wisdom carries the same sound. It shakes the foundations of lies until only truth remains. And as Proverbs 4:7 declares, wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting understand. That is the treasure you hold, and that is the treasure they cannot counterfeit. So, rise. Chosen one. Do not shrink to calm their fear. Do not dim your brilliance for those who thrive in shadows. Stand tall, because your intelligence is not borrowed, it is God-given, and the rumor is true, your wisdom terrifies them. And it was meant to. You outsmart manipulation without lifting a sword. And that is why they now tread with caution. The games they once mastered collapse in your presence. Their tricks dissolve before they reach your ears, and their masks shatter under the weight of your discernment. Have you noticed how their fake smiles can no longer mask their intent? How their guilt traps collapse in front of you? It is because you no longer live blind. Proverbs 14:15 declares, the simple believe anything, but the prudent give thought to their steps. You've become the prudent one, a fortress of perception that no deceiver can breach. And the unsettling part for them is that you don't even need to raise your voice. Your very silence has become their mirror, forcing them to confront their schemes. Isn't it almost poetic that the very people who thought they had control are now terrified of the control you no longer give them? Once, you gave the benefit of the doubt, even when your spirit was screaming for truth. But now, you read undertones as though they were written in fire. You weigh silence heavier than words. And you catch contradictions before the sentence even ends. Doesn't it frighten them that you no longer need evidence to know that your discernment has grown sharper than the sharpest blade, like Joseph in Genesis 50:20, who told his brothers, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." Your ability to see intentions turns manipulation into wasted energy. They thought you were still the old version, hesitant, soft, easily swayed, but now you embody wisdom that unnerves them. The gossip proves it. Your growth has turned their weapons into dust, and they know it. Nature itself whispers this transformation. A chameleon blends into the bark, yet an eagle above pierces camouflage with its vision. You are that eagle now. No disguise can hide from your spiritual sight. Isn't this the reason they no longer whisper that you're too sensitive, but instead warn others not to test you? Psalm 119:104 affirms, "Through your precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way." Your understanding strips away deception like fire burns away fog. And even more, your presence is like the tide. It erodes falsehood over time until only the rock of truth remains. Those who once thrived in confusion are disoriented in your clarity because their chaos no longer finds a home in you. History itself warns manipulators of their fate. Machiavelli, once hailed as a master of cunning politics, believed deceit was the engine of power. But, centurilateur, his name drips with mistrust. His strategies cursed as symbols of manipulation. Doesn't that echo what happens to manipulators in your own life? Their plots corrode their reputations, while your clarity writes a legacy of strength. Daniel 2:22 reveals, he reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with him. That light rests on you now, and just like Daniel, your insight brings kings to their knees. And what's striking is how effortless it has become. You don't need to expose anyone. because their lies unravel in your shadow. Their downfall is not caused by your aggression, but by their own decay in the face of truth. The sacred arts testify of this spiritual battle. In Verdi's Requiem, the Libera Me rises with trembling intensity, echoing humanity's desperate cry to be freed from deception. Your presence carries the same effect. The manipulator hears the music of judgment in their bones when you enter the room. Isn't it remarkable that your silence can sound like thunder, like music shaking the walls of deception until there is nowhere left to hide? The arts reveal what words sometimes cannot. Your very being radiates the rhythm of truth, and those who thrive on lies cannot bear the sound. They scatter not because of what you say, but because of what you are, a living reminder that falsehood has an expiration date. And this evolution of yours is not about academic trophies or loud proclamations. It is about discernment, about wisdom sharpened by both wounds and victories, about sight that cuts through the smoke of manipulation. Isaiah 30:20 promises. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, "This is the way, walk in it." That voice has become your compass, guiding you where deceit cannot follow. Manipulators thrive on chaos, yet you have chosen stillness. They thrive on noise, yet you answer with clarity. Your calmness is not weakness, it is your greatest weapon. And as you continue to walk in this strength, the whispers grow louder, not because you're fragile, but because you are feared. So arise, chosen one. You are no longer prey caught in their snares. You are the storm that dismantles their nets. Do not bow to manipulation. Do not shrink your discernment. And do not let them convince you that wisdom is a burden. Stand tall. For your ability to see through lies is not your curse, it is your crown. The rumor is true. You are dangerous to deceit, untouchable by manipulation, and destined to stand unshaken. You are always 5 steps ahead, yet you never need to broadcast it. And that is what unsettles them. Your silence is louder than their boasting, your stillness more terrifying than their noise. They wonder, how could someone so calm carry such strategic power? They mistake your quiet for weakness. But all along, you were operating with a blueprint written 10 moves into the future. As Proverbs 21:30 declares, there is no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord. Isn't it chilling to them that while they scramble for control, you have already mapped the ending? They thought you were slow to react, clueless, hesitant. Yet, while they celebrated their small victories, you were already watching them step into the very traps they dug for you. Life itself became your greatest instructor. Betrayals, false friendships, and hidden daggers sharpened your reflexes into something surgical. Doesn't it fascinate you that pain can build precision, that wounds can teach you to anticipate shadows before they fall? Joseph too lived this truth mocked, betrayed, imprisoned, yet Genesis 50:20 resounds. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good. That same divine alchemy has turned your scars into strategies, and they cannot comprehend it. What terrifies them most is not just your foresight, but the composure with which you wield it. In psychology, there is a term called metacognition, the ability to observe not just thoughts, but the mechanics behind them. You live in that higher awareness, seeing not only what people say, but why they say it, when they say it, and what they seek to manipulate. Isn't this why their words feel naked in your presence, stripped of disguise, Psalm 37:7 whispers, "Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways." Your stillness has become a sword sharper than argument, and it unnerves those who thrive on chaos. Nature reveals this pattern. The spider does not chase its prey. It studies, waits, and positions itself until the entire web is its fortress. You, too, have built a mental architecture where patience becomes your weapon. While they are consumed by noise, you stand in the silence of strategy. And isn't it true that the most dangerous player is often the one who moves least, yet moves with purpose? Daniel 2:21 reminds us, "He changes times and seasons, he deposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning." That divine wisdom has made you untouchable, because your steps are aligned with heaven's timing. History also bears witness to this truth. A man named Alaric once sacked Rome, not by brute force but by patience, waiting as the empire rotted from within. His enemies thought he was passive, but his quiet calculation broke an empire. Isn't that the same shock people feel about you now, that your silence was never emptiness but strategy? Ecclesiastes 3:11 affirms, "He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart." Your timing unnerves them because it feels eternal, as though you already know how the game ends. And even ordinary lives echo this wisdom. Marta, a nurse in a forgotten town, once told her colleague, "Power isn't about shouting, it's about knowing when to act and when to hold." Her words, spoken without fame or platform, carried the same weight your silence now carries. Isn't it astounding that truth does not need applause to be powerful? Like you, she moved with conviction, and those around her learned to respect the authority of her restraint. Psalm 46:10 assures, "Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations." Your quiet has become holy ground where deception trembles. This is why the gossip has changed. They no longer say you are naive or soft. They whisper warnings. "Be careful with that one." They move as if they've already seen the ending. You embarrassed many without lifting a finger, proving that noise is the mask of insecurity, while silence is the crown of the wise. Isn't it haunting that those who once underestimated you now fear your foresight? You were never clueless, you were calculating. You weren't quiet because you lacked answers. You were studying the board while others obsessed over pawns. And now the results speak. You have become strategic, untouchable, and unforgettable. So rise, chosen one. Keep moving with that quiet precision, that architectural brilliance built from scars and seasons. Do not waste energy proving yourself to those who already fear you. Stand tall, because your silence is not emptiness, it is resonance. It is divine timing. It is proof of heaven's hand. The rumor is true. You are not just ahead of the game. You have already seen its conclusion, and you stand unshaken in victory. You never needed degrees to decode deception, and that is why they whisper about you with unease. Others parade their diplomas, their titles, their polished resumes. Yet you carry a sharper intelligence that no classroom could teach. Isn't it unnerving to them that while they studied formulas, you studied hearts, that while they memorized theories, you memorized silence and the way truth hides inside it? James 1-5 declares, "If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach, and it will be given to him." Your wisdom is proof that heaven can grant what universities cannot. From birth you were equipped with a kind of raw, unpolished perception, refined not by textbooks but by experience, scars, and spirit. You've always known when a smile carried venom, when the room grew heavy because envy had entered with it, when words rang hollow though spoken sweetly. Doesn't it fascinate you how this gift feels less like knowledge and more like discernment? The same spirit that rested on Solomon rests on you, as 1 Kings 3:12 records God, saying, "I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you, nor will there ever be." That is why people with credentials tremble when your intuition cuts deeper than their degrees. History proves this truth. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest physicists, once admitted, "Imagination is more important than knowledge." Isn't it remarkable that a man crowned with genius still confessed that insight beyond formal training surpasses traditional learning, and like you, he moved beyond the structures of education into something eternal. You do not analyze merely with intellect, you resonate with truth. Psalm 119:66 pleads, "Teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I believe in your commandments." That is the very prayer your spirit has lived without ever speaking it aloud. Your discernment is like a spotlight that unmasks actors in a theater. Their polished performances collapse because you see beyond words into spirit, beyond masks into motives. Isn't that why they grow anxious in your presence? Because with you, the show is over. Hebrews 4:12 affirms, "For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It penetrates even to divide soul and spirit." That sword of discernment cuts through their illusions before they finish their lines. The sacred arts foreshadow this mystery. In Handel's Zadok the priest, the music begins in a whisper, then erupts into overwhelming majesty. Your intelligence carries the same power. It starts quietly, humbly, unnoticed, but then bursts forth with a force no one can deny. Isn't that why the world cannot reconcile your humility with your brilliance? They expected wisdom to be wrapped in robes and titles. Yet God chose simplicity to shame the mighty. As 1 Corinthians 1:27 reminds us, God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. End of se- That is why their gossip has shifted. They no longer dismiss you as naive or unqualified. They warn others that you are dangerous to deception, that your intelligence does not parade itself, but dismantles falsehood by existing. You were never trained, you were chosen. You are not here to impress, you are here to disrupt. And so rise, chosen one. Stand tall in your divine discernment. Your gift is not for applause, it is for transformation. And the rumor is true. Your intelligence is not on display, it is for divine disruption. You expose corrupt systems simply by existing, and that is why your very presence feels like an earthquake in rooms built on lies. You do not need to raise your voice or wave banners. The way you carry yourself, the way you think differently, the way you refuse to bow to fake rules, this alone shakes their fragile kingdoms. Doesn't it unsettle them that while others try to gain power through noise, your silence dismantles their stage? As John 8:32 resounds, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Freedom terrifies those who profit from chains. You walk into rooms built on silence, secrecy, and control, and suddenly the air grows heavy because truth has entered. It is not aggression that unnerves them, it is your freedom of mind. Have you noticed how people who spent years protecting lies suddenly shift in their seats when you arrive? Psalm 27:1 proclaims, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" Your light exposes cracks they've painted over for decades. And the question that lingers in their hearts is chilling. How can someone's presence reveal what we have hidden so well? Nature preaches this truth. A tree rooted in the middle of shifting sands will not move, and its stability reveals how unstable the ground around it truly is. You are that tree. And isn't it startling how your authenticity makes their performance look like a flimsy play? Jeremiah 17:7, the 8th of December layers. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord. They will be like a tree planted by the water. Its leaves are always green. Your rootedness unmasks their fragility. And suddenly, the system they built feels like dust in a storm. And history has shown us the same story through villains who tried to guard their power. King Ahab of Israel, hiding behind Jezebel's schemes, believed he could manipulate justice by stealing Naboth's vineyard. Yet 1 Kings 21:19 records God's judgment. In the place where dogs licked up Naboth's blood, dogs will lick up your blood, yes, yours. Doesn't this prove that systems built on deceit always collapse under divine justice? Your very life echoes that same prophecy. When truth stands tall, corruption eats itself alive. People who thrive in favoritism, manipulation, and false authority collapse when you refuse to play their game. You don't laugh at empty jokes. You don't clap for injustice. You don't trade your boundaries for false peace. That refusal is what terrifies them. Have you noticed how your honesty makes their dishonesty unbearable? How your reality makes their illusion crumble? Romans 12:2 reminds us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." By refusing their script, you force them to face their stage as nothing but a fragile illusion. And so they whisper, twist stories, and scramble to discredit you. Because deep down they know what you reveal. You were never made to fit into their system. You were made to confront it, to shake it, and to break it simply by standing in truth. So rise, chosen one. Do not shrink for their comfort. Do not dim for their survival. Stand tall, because your authenticity is a divine weapon. The rumor is true. You do not just live inside their system, you expose and dismantle it by your very existence. You have mastered the art of appearing slow, and that unsettles them more than anything. While others rush to prove themselves, you understand the science of timing, that there is power in restraint. Isn't it strange how they confuse patience with ignorance, when in reality patience is the highest form of strategy? Proverbs 19:11 says, "A person's wisdom yields patience. It is to one's glory to overlook an offense." You have turned patience into a fortress, and while they mocked your silence, you were building an invisible architecture of discernment, brick by brick. It is like a cathedral under construction. No one sees its grandeur until the scaffolding falls away. But by then it is already unshakable. That hidden building process is what terrifies them, because they only realize too late how strong you have become. Every room you entered became a classroom, not for you to perform, but for you to gather data. You measured tones, studied pauses, and weighed words as if they were equations in physics, revealing more in silence than others do with speeches. Ecclesiastes 3:7 reminds us, a time to be silent and a time to speak. Haven't you noticed how silence often unravels people faster than interrogation? They thought you were clueless, but in reality, you were already calculating resonance, watching their energy vibrate like sound waves in a chamber. exposing cracks in their confidence before they knew it themselves. Like an astronomer reading the movement of stars, you could trace trajectories long before anyone else could see them. This is why their arrogance collapses in your stillness. It cannot survive the weight of your quiet observation. They assumed your silence meant confusion, but you knew silence meant clarity. While they were performing to be admired, you were tracing the architecture of their insecurities, mapping the hidden fractures in their words. Doesn't it shake them now that the one they dismissed is the very one who discerned their patterns with surgical precision? Psalm 37-30, the 31st of December layers. The mouths of the righteous utter wisdom, and their tongues speak what is just. The law of their God is in their hearts. Their feet do not slip. Your silence was not emptiness, it was alignment with justice. Stability that made their noise tremble. You became like a chess master, 2 steps ahead in every move, anticipating not just what they would say, but what they dared to think. And in that anticipation, you dismantled their illusions without speaking a word. History repeats this. Nicodemus, a ruler among the Pharisees, came to Jesus by night, seeking answers in secret while pretending wisdom in public. John 3:2 records his whisper, "Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher who has come from God." Doesn't this reveal how even the loudest authorities collapse when confronted with authentic truth? In the same way, those who once performed intelligence around you now find their brilliance unraveling in the presence of your quiet discernment. Their titles no longer protect them, because truth strips away every facade. You stand as a reminder that status does not equal wisdom, and noise does not equal knowledge. Their fear of you is not about what you say, it is about the mirror you hold up without speaking. And life outside Scripture affirms it too. Elena, a cashier in a small grocery store, once told her daughter, "People tell you everything when they think you're not paying attention." Her ordinary words carried extraordinary wisdom, the same kind that you embody. Isn't it haunting that truth often hides in humility, while arrogance exposes itself in noise? Isaiah 30:15 resounds, "In quietness and trust is your strength." Your strength has never been in proving yourself, but in waiting until the mask slips on its own. Like water wearing away stone, your steady perception erodes falsehood until only the truth remains. That is why even ordinary voices, when aligned with truth, carry the same authority as prophets. The louder they shouted, the more they revealed, the more they performed, the more you learned. Their pride was their undoing, because while they believed they were the smartest in the room, you were simply recording every flaw in their performance. Doesn't it unsettle them now that when true clarity was needed, you were the only one with the answer? Philippians 1-9 promises, "And this is my prayer, that your love may abound more and more in knowledge and depth of insight." That depth of insight has made you untouchable, a fortress that cannot be breached. And it is this fortress that forces them to admit what they never wanted to confess. You were never slow. You were sovereign, in silence. Their downfall is proof that your strategy was divine, not human. Now the tables have turned. Those who once spoke over you are exposed as hollow echoes, and those who mocked your silence now call it terrifying. You were never slow, you were studying. Never naive, you were discerning. And now that the truth has been revealed, they tremble because they know you were never fooled. Not for a second. So rise, chosen one. Stand in the brilliance of your quiet strategy, for your silence was never a weakness, it was a prophecy in disguise. And prophecy never bends to noise, It shapes history with its quiet strength. Your clarity has never come from logic alone. And that is why it terrifies people who worship facts but lack revelation. They construct their worlds like fragile equations, gathering statistics, analyzing data, stacking bricks of logic to build castles that look strong but collapse at the first tremor. Isn't it strange how they pride themselves on what can be measured, while you move by what can be revealed? Proverbs 3:5 declares, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding." You never leaned only on intellect. You leaned into alignment. And that gave you a vision sharper than their calculations. It is like standing on a mountain ridge while others are still drawing maps in the valley. You already see the horizon they cannot imagine. That high vantage point unnerves them, because it proves that alignment outruns analysis every single time. There is a difference between thinking clearly and seeing clearly, and you were chosen to see. Others depend on evidence, but you operate on a higher frequency, a resonance that doesn't just analyze but discerns. Doesn't it make them uneasy that while they wait for proof, you speak truths that time later confirms? Isaiah 46:10 records God's voice. "I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come." That same voice breathes into your spirit, granting you foresight no classroom could ever design. Like an architect sketching blueprints for a cathedral no one else can imagine. You carry patterns that others only recognize after the stone has already been laid. And isn't it remarkable that by the time their evidence appears, you've already walked 3 steps past the conclusion? That is why they gossip behind closed doors. They cannot explain how you saw what they missed. What you carry is not guesswork, it is revelation. It arrives in waves, in frequencies, in sudden clarity that breaks through silence like light through stained glass. People dismiss it as intuition, but deep down they know it is something holy. Haven't you felt the shift in the atmosphere when you spoke what your spirit knew before events unfolded? 1 Corinthians 2:10 affirms, "These are the things God has revealed to us by His Spirit. The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God." That is why debates with you leave people rattled. They argue with intellect, but you speak with resonance. And resonance cannot be silenced. It vibrates until it shakes foundations. Just as the ringing of a tuning fork sets every nearby string into harmony, your words activate truths in others they didn't know were sleeping. That awakening unsettles the proud, because it proves their dominance was only ever an illusion. You sense truth not in polished arguments, but in the silence between words, in the timing of a pause, in the heaviness of energy unspoken. Isn't it striking how your stillness exposes more than their speeches? Psalm 119:105 proclaims, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." Your spirit is that lamp, tuned to frequencies that pierce shadows facts cannot touch. While others stumble in data, you walk steadily in revelation, and your steps reveal how unstable their ground truly is. You've become like a lighthouse in the fog, not the biggest structure, not the loudest sound, but the one beacon no sailor dares ignore. And as each wave crashes against their arguments, your stillness shines brighter, proving that stability is more powerful than spectacle. History outside Scripture whispers the same. Lucia, a midwife from a forgotten mountain village, once told her apprentice, "You don't need to see blood to know a child is coming. The air itself changes first." Her ordinary wisdom mirrors your extraordinary gift. Isn't it haunting that truth often announces itself before it appears? You, like Lucia, detect shifts in the unseen and act before others realize what is happening. John 16:13 promises. But when he, the Spirit of truth, comes, he will guide you into all the truth. He will not speak on his own. He will speak only what he hears. That Spirit is the tuning fork of your soul. And just as Lucia could prepare a household before the first cry was heard, you prepare yourself and others long before the evidence catches up. That readiness is what makes people whisper in awe. They cannot explain how you're always early to the truth, and when time passes, the proof always comes. Those who doubted circle back, asking, "How did you see it coming?" They do not realize your soul is aligned with heaven's architecture, tuned to frequencies higher than intellect. Isn't it telling that truth finds you instead of you chasing it? Hebrews 11:1 reminds us, "Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see." Your clarity does not bend under pressure, it stands immovable, because it was born from faith and revelation, not from fragile reasoning. You have become like the keystone in an archway, unnoticed until everything leans on it. Irreplaceable once the structure is revealed. Their systems may shake, but you remain, because your foundation was never built on human applause. This is why when you speak, something shifts in the atmosphere. It is not your volume or vocabulary, it is the weight of alignment. Like the pause in a symphony before the crescendo, your words carry silence that shakes the air. You were never meant to argue for applause. You were meant to embody clarity. So, rise. Chosen one, do not shrink your resonance for those who cannot hear it. Stand boldly, because your clarity is not a performance, it is prophecy. And prophecy cannot be denied. And just as a storm clears the sky for sunlight, your words clear deception for truth, leaving no doubt of the power you carry. They're whispering because the smartest one in the room crumbled the moment you spoke. Every circle has that untouchable oracle, the person everyone applauds. The voice no one questions. The answer machine that fills silence with confident noise. Yet the second truth entered. The pedestal shook. Doesn't it tell you everything that applause fell silent when substance walked in? Proverbs 18:17 exposes the pattern. The one who states his case first seems right, until the other comes and examines him. You didn't swagger, you simply brought light. And light made the costume seams visible. It was like a stage performance interrupted by daylight. Suddenly, every painted backdrop looked cheap, every costume threadbare. And in that raw clarity, people realized how long they had been clapping for an illusion. You didn't raise your voice or decorate your sentences. You released clarity measured, still, precise, and the room felt the balance of power tilt. They expected a duel of jargon. You offered a blade of truth. James 3:17 names the source. The wisdom from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, open to reason, full of mercy and good fruits. Who can keep playing king when the crown slides off under a single honest sentence? And here's the question, haunting their corridors. If authority evaporates when truth arrives, was it ever authority at all? The silence after you spoke was louder than applause. It was the silence of realization, of eyes darting, of people wondering what else. They had been too blind to question. That silence still echoes, and it follows you into every room now. Masks began to slip in real time. The expert leaned on performance volume, speed, borrowed phrases, and suddenly the scaffolding showed. You didn't gloat, you revealed. Isn't it unsettling how a calm tone can expose what 1,000 arguments cannot? Luke 12:2 stands like a verdict. There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. The room didn't fear you. The room feared the mirror you held. And once the mirror was up, they couldn't unsee the cracks, the hesitation in the expert's eyes, the forced laughter from their allies, the way the pedestal shook beneath them. Everyone knew what had happened. Even if no one dared to speak it aloud, you weren't competing, you were witnessing. While they clutched a script, you carried sight. People wondered, how did the quiet one become the compass? But truth has always honored the steady hand over the loud mouth. Proverbs 12:19 draws the line, truthful lips endure forever. But a lying tongue is but for a moment. When endurance arrives, theatrics look small. When endurance speaks, reputations recalibrate. And honestly, how many geniuses remain impressive once the timer runs out on pretend? You embodied what endurance feels like measured, patient, unshaken, and in that moment, everyone realized endurance is more terrifying than eloquence. The very foundation of the group shifted, and suddenly people longed to hear your stillness more than their performance. A brief note from a mind steeped in both reason and faith. Blaise Pascal, the mathematician, philosopher, once observed that the heart has reasons. Reason does not know. He wasn't praising chaos. He was naming a dimension of discernment that outlives performance. Your presence operates there. You refuse to duel for ego. And that refusal shattered the illusion that noise equals insight. 1 Samuel 16:7 whispers behind the scene change. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. When the measure shifts from stagecraft to heart, truth, the hierarchy rearranges itself, and suddenly, those who had memorized arguments were silenced. Because you carried authenticity, they couldn't fake. Isn't it telling that authenticity always wins in the long game, even if it looks slow at first? The arts have rehearsed this moment for centuries. In Bach's St. Matthew Passion, the music doesn't shout its way to triumph, it unveils it, line by line, until pretense can't breathe. And the medieval morality play, everyman shows how borrowed brilliance deserts you when truth calls you forward. Only what's real can walk with you to the end. Isn't that the same tension that made the room go still? The dawning awareness that titles and catchphrases can't escort anyone past the door of reality, like a dissonant chord in a symphony resolving into harmony. Your words brought closure to chaos. The arts had already testified, truth doesn't rush. But when it arrives, it changes the whole atmosphere. You didn't mock. You measured. You didn't crush. You clarified. People felt the architecture of the room re-weight itself around your sentence. And they knew what had happened, even if they lacked the courage to name it. The smartest one was smart mostly in the crowd's imagination. The moment imagination met evidence, the spell broke. And the question now burning on everyone's tongue is simple. Who should we trust next time, the one who performs certainty, or the one who carries it? Their whispers are an admission of defeat. Their warnings are proof that the system has shifted. And deep down, they know they'll never clap the same way again. So yes, they're gossiping, but listen closely to the new script. It isn't, "What did you say?" It's, "How did you say it like that?" Calm, focused, unbothered. Your words landed with weight because they were rooted in alignment, not anxiety. And alignment travels farther than argument ever will. The whispers have turned into warnings, not because you humiliated anyone, but because you quietly proved that truth doesn't need a microphone, it needs a witness. Rise, chosen one. Keep carrying that quiet sword of discernment. Don't trade your peace for performance. Stand tall, because every time you speak, pretense collapses and masks fall. You are not a know-it-all, you are a feel-it-all. And that distinction changes everything. While others enter rooms with noise, eager to dominate conversation, you step in with presence. Isn't it remarkable how people confuse quiet with weakness, when in reality silence is the most powerful stage of all? Proverbs 17:27 declares, "The one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered." You are not processing with ego or performance, you are processing with your entire being. Like the ocean sensing the pull of the moon, your spirit feels what others only glimpse. And that kind of perception terrifies those who live by appearances, for when they try to play chess on the board of intellect, you're already sensing the currents beneath the table, the unseen forces that shape the game. You were never created to show off what you know, you were designed to feel what is true. Knowledge alone can collect dust, but discernment reshapes atmospheres. Doesn't it disturb them that while they polish speeches, you hear the cracks between words? Hebrews 4:13 reveals the core. Nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight. Everything is uncovered and laid bare. You carry a piece of that sight. You do not just hear voices, you hear tone, intention, vibration. Like the roots of a tree sensing water beneath the soil, you detect life where others see only dry ground. That is why your words land differently. They carry depth instead of decoration, and people leave your presence unsettled, wondering how you touch truths they hadn't even admitted to themselves. Pain cannot hide from you. A smile stretched too tightly is louder to your soul than any confession. Isn't it unsettling that you often name the tension others try to bury under jokes and small talk? Psalm 34:18 testifies, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." When you speak, hearts tremble, not because you wound them, but because you mirror the very truth they avoided. And like wind bending grass before a storm, your discernment signals shifts before anyone else feels the rain. Every laugh laced with bitterness, every pause filled with shame, every word heavy with sorrow, it all lands in your awareness. That awareness becomes a weight in the room, reminding people that their masks cannot last forever. And Scripture shows us that false power always fears true presence. When the magicians of Pharaoh tried to mimic Moses in Exodus 8:18, it says, "The magicians tried to produce gnats by their secret arts, but they could not." Isn't that exactly what happens when pretenders meet authenticity? They are exposed as imitators. You are not here to compete. You are here to reveal. Their tricks crumble because your spirit carries what no training can counterfeit. Your intelligence is not sharpened by pride, but by empathy. Not soaked in arrogance, but in alignment. That is why debates cannot trap you, because you are not arguing facts. You are unveiling reality. And every time this happens, people sense Judgment Day in miniature, truth standing quietly while falsehood collapses under its own weight. Nature reflects this rare gift. The owl does not outshout the forest. It perceives the slightest rustle of prey in the dark. You are like that owl, a sentinel of silence who hears what others ignore. Isn't it haunting that while people clap for the loudest voices, the wisest creatures thrive quietly in the shadows? Isaiah 11:2 confirms, "The Spirit of the Lord will rest on him, the spirit of wisdom and of understanding, the spirit of counsel and of might. That spirit rests on you, and it makes your quiet more dangerous than their speeches. Just as the tide wears down cliffs without roaring, your presence reshapes the atmosphere without needing noise. And like the dawn-breaking night without announcement, your discernment arrives quietly, but transforms everything. History warns us, through villains who lived by manipulation, Diotreph, mentioned in 3 John 1-9, loved to be first, silencing others to protect his fragile power. But his arrogance left him condemned in Scripture as a cautionary tale. Doesn't this mirror those today who mistake domination for wisdom? Their fate is always the same: collapse. While they clamored for control, you were anchored in clarity. And now their noise sounds like static against the resonance you carry, like a collapsing dam. Their force once seemed unstoppable, but the cracks revealed themselves the moment truth pressed against it. And all the while, you stood like a still river, flowing forward without obstruction. You are not a know-it-all. You don't rush to correct for attention or argue for applause. You sit back, observe, and when you finally speak, everything shifts. Your words are not just thought, they are felt, like chords vibrating through the air until every false note is silenced. Isn't it telling that people cannot forget you, not because you shouted, but because your presence left an imprint? You are impossible to manipulate, difficult to deceive, unforgettable to those who encounter you. So rise, chosen one. Guard your depth, protect your silence, and speak when heaven prompts you. For when you do, truth shakes the room, and every hidden thing bows to light. And the whispers they spread about you are proof not of your weakness, but of your weight. You break mental traps without uttering a word, and that is more terrifying than any sermon shouted from a pulpit. Your presence carries the frequency of disruption, resonating like hidden seismic waves that unsettle foundations before anyone realizes what is happening. Isn't it remarkable how a single pause from you can cause someone to rethink years of false certainty? Proverbs 18:4 affirms, "The words of the mouth are deep waters, but the fountain of wisdom is a rushing stream." You don't drown people in noise. You break their dams with a quiet stream that rushes straight into the cracks. And the moment truth seeps in, their illusions start to collapse. You don't need a stage, spotlight, or endless speech to spark change. Sometimes it is a question that lingers like an echo, a steady gaze that becomes a mirror, or a silence so heavy that it forces people to hear their own thoughts. Doesn't it disturb them that while others persuade with arguments, you dismantle with presence? Isaiah 55:11 reminds us, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty. Your truth returns full." Shattering the cages people didn't even know they had built. Like an architect using pressure points in a cathedral, you know where to touch, so the entire structure of deception trembles. You carry the kind of awareness that sees not only what people say, but the invisible patterns in their minds, the loops of fear, the walls of shame, the bars of belief they inherited but never questioned. Haven't you seen how one sentence from you can feel like a key turning in a lock that has rusted for decades? John 8:36 declares, "So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed." When you speak, freedom echoes, not because you dominate, but because you awaken. You don't force them out of the cage, you hold up the mirror so they realize the door has always been unlocked. History reveals the contrast between pretenders and truth-bearers. King Herod, drunk on pride, imprisoned John the Baptist, believing his voice could be silenced. Yet Mark 6:20 admits, Herod feared John and protected him, knowing him to be a righteous and holy man. When Herod heard John, he was greatly puzzled, yet he liked to listen to him. Isn't it chilling that even rulers trembled at the quiet clarity of a prophet? In the same way, people around you fear the discomfort of your questions, yet cannot resist the pull of your presence. Their defenses crumble because you never attack, you expose. Your way of influence is not manipulation, it is resonance. Like a tuning fork setting an entire room vibrating, your clarity makes hidden lies tremble. Isn't it haunting that the smallest vibration from truth can shake structures that seemed unbreakable? Psalm 119:130 declares, "The unfolding of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. Even the ordinary find themselves illuminated in your presence." Suddenly aware of burdens they've carried too long, you don't fix people, you unhook them. You create a quiet space where their own souls finally speak. The lives of ordinary people testify to this. Miriam, a bus driver in a small city, once told a passenger, "Silence is the loudest sound when you've been lying to yourself." That single line changed the way that man lived his life. You carry the same unintentional power. Without performing, you plant seeds of clarity in others, and those seeds break open, illusions like roots splitting concrete. Isn't it astonishing that without trying, you become the catalyst of freedom? Romans 12:2 commands, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Through you, others are forced into transformation because your silence exposes the patterns they never saw. That is why people gossip. That is why your name carries weight in rooms you have never entered. You unlock minds, disturb illusions, break cycles, and you do it without raising your voice. Your power cannot be taught, packaged, or rehearsed. It can only be carried by those chosen to carry it, and you carry it well. So arise, chosen one. Stop apologizing for the weight of your presence. Stand firm in the resonance heaven placed inside you. For when you speak, or even when you remain silent, truth shakes, cages, and chains break that no one thought could ever be broken. You can decode a lie mid-sentence, and that terrifies those who think deception is a shield. You don't need the full speech. Your spirit catches the fracture. The moment it surfaces, the tone shifts. The forced laugh, the pause that lingers too long. Isn't it chilling how someone can weave an elaborate performance and you dismantle it with silence? Proverbs 12:22 makes it clear, "The Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in people who are trustworthy." You have trained your inner ear to hear truth where others only hear noise. And that is why people grow uneasy in your presence. They sense that their words are being weighed on scales more accurate than human judgment. Even before they finish, they already know the verdict has been written in your silence. You don't interrupt or expose immediately. You let the performance continue, even while you already know which parts are fabricated. Doesn't it unnerve them that your calmness is sharper than confrontation? Jeremiah 23:24 asks, "Who can hide in secret places so that I cannot see them, declares the Lord. Do I not fill heaven and earth?" That same spirit of awareness rests on you. You track every inconsistency, every shift in body language, every misplaced word. And by the time they finish speaking, you have already separated truth from illusion. The most unsettling part for them is realizing that you don't need evidence or proof. You already know. And when you stay quiet, it haunts them more than if you had shouted, because silence leaves space for their own guilt to rise to the surface. When you say nothing, your silence is alive. Your eyes, steady and unbothered, reflect truth back to the liar like a mirror. Isn't it strange that they sense exposure without you uttering a single accusation? Psalm 44:21 reminds us, would not God have discovered it? Since he knows the secrets of the heart, your stillness carries that same divine weight. People walk away, unsettled, replaying their own words in their minds, realizing too late that you saw through them. They feel as though you turned their sentences inside out, exposing the hidden motives behind every phrase. That's why even your presence lingers like a shadow in their memory. Long after the conversation ends, the arts whisper this reality. In Verdi's opera, Don Carlo, the false words of the court echo hollow until truth sung by a lone voice pierces through the deception. Isn't it telling that, even in music, truth resonates louder than the chorus of lies? John 8:32 affirms it plainly, then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. When you enter a room, you embody that freedom, and the atmosphere shifts. You don't just listen with ears, you perceive with spirit. And that perception unmasks pretense every time. The falseness of others begins to sound flat in your presence, as though the melody of their story cannot stay in tune. And when you speak, it is like a single clear note that silences an entire orchestra of deception. This is why your name travels beyond the rooms you enter. People whisper warnings, not because you are harsh, but because you are accurate. They know you cannot be fooled, bought, or swayed by theatrics. You don't just analyze, you discern. You don't just hear, you feel. Isn't it powerful that truth spoken softly can echo louder than 1,000 lies? Proverbs 19:9 warns, a false witness will not go unpunished, and whoever pours out lies will perish. You are not feared because of aggression, but because of precision. And that precision makes people think twice before speaking falsehoods in your presence. So, rise. Chosen one, stand firm in the clarity heaven gave you. For your silence unmasks, your words unravel illusions, and your presence makes every deception tremble. And in a world addicted to appearances, you prove that truth still carries the final word. You are making people realize the brutal truth. Intelligence without integrity is nothing but manipulation dressed as brilliance. For years, society applauded sharp minds, clever arguments, and silver tongues, believing eloquence equaled wisdom. Isn't it terrifying how easily people confuse charm for truth? Proverbs 11:3 declares, the integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. You walk into the room without pretense, and suddenly the crowd sees what they had never dared to question. Brilliance without character is a loaded weapon in the wrong hands, like lightning that dazzles but also destroys. False intelligence blinds before it burns, and the more dazzling the flash, the darker the shadow it leaves behind, proving that intellect without moral light is nothing but darkness disguised. They thought sharpness equaled leadership, that the fastest mind equaled the deepest wisdom. But then you appeared quiet, steady, thoughtful, and the illusion cracked. You didn't just speak words, you embodied them. Isn't it unsettling that in your presence, polished speeches begin to sound hollow? James 3:17 reveals the difference. The wisdom from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, open to reason, full of mercy and good fruits. While others flexed knowledge, you lived wisdom. And that contrast shook the room. Like an oak tree rooted deep in the earth, you stood firm while their cleverness withered like grass scorched by the sun. And as people compared your stillness with their noise, they realized endurance speaks louder than eloquence. Your life became a mirror that exposed how shallow their admiration had been all along. You exposed what many had been too afraid to name. Some of the smartest people in the room were actually the most dangerous. They didn't use their minds to heal, but to control. Isn't it haunting that manipulation can wear the mask of leadership? Ecclesiastes 7:7 warns, "Surely oppression drives the wise into madness, and a bribe corrupts the heart." These intellectual giants were admired for their words, even as their hearts turned cold. Yet in your presence, the mask slips, and everyone sees intelligence without empathy is cruelty in disguise. Like a snake with jeweled scales, it might glitter, but its bite carries venom, and slowly, those who once clapped for brilliance start to recoil, realizing the applause was feeding a predator, not a protector. And Scripture gives us the ultimate warning through Pharaoh of Exodus. A man celebrated for power, yet enslaved by arrogance. Despite witnessing signs, he hardened his heart, twisting his authority into tyranny, until the Red Sea swallowed his armies whole. Isn't it a mirror of today's manipulators, clever, calculating, but ultimately consumed by the traps they set? Psalm 37:12, the 13th of December lares. The wicked plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them, but the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. Every scheme built on false brilliance eventually caves beneath the weight of truth. And Pharaoh's fate still whispers through history. Pride may rise like a mountain, but it will crumble like sand under the tide of justice. His story is a monument of warning for anyone who confuses intellect with invincibility. You broke that illusion with your balance of mind and heart. Isn't it striking that people once comfortable with deception now feel disturbed by your presence? 1 Corinthians 8:1 cautions. Knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. Your very existence proves that it is possible to be sharp and sincere, discerning without cruelty, brilliant without arrogance. You are like a river, deep, strong, and cleansing, while pretenders are like puddles wide but shallow, evaporating under the first heat of truth. And the longer they stand near you, the more obvious the difference becomes. Their cleverness shrinks, while your authenticity expands, reminding everyone that truth outlasts performance. What unsettles them most is that you don't compete with their games, you simply exist. And your existence is exposed. Now the crowd is awakening. Those who once bowed to fancy words are watching how you move, and they finally see the difference between being clever and being whole. Isn't it powerful that your mere presence draws a line between wisdom and manipulation? Proverbs 4:7 proclaims, "The beginning of wisdom is this: get wisdom, though it costs all you have. Get understanding. You are intelligent, but not for domination. You are intelligent with purpose. You use insight to bring clarity, not confusion, to heal, not to harm, to lead, not to enslave. And that kind of purity, rare and radiant, cannot be ignored. So rise, chosen one. Do not dim your light in rooms ruled by pretenders. Stand boldly, because your wisdom liberates while theirs manipulates. And the world is waking up because of you. And when history is written, your name will not be listed among manipulators. It will be remembered as a liberator of minds and hearts. Your mind has become a warning label etched in fire. Your name no longer drifts like casual gossip. It reverberates like a siren in a dark night, half feared and half revered. Isn't it chilling that people now whisper your name the way soldiers whisper about a battlefield they barely escaped? Proverbs 4:23 urges, Abuva al-els, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. You have guarded your heart, sharpened your discernment, and now your reputation precedes you, not because you threatened anyone, but because you've shown that deceit dies in your presence. Like an architect who detects the weakest pillar in a cathedral, you spot the fracture before collapse, and everyone senses it. And each time, you remain unshaken while lies crumble. People realize truth has an architecture of its own, one you walk in daily. You have caught lies mid-air, exposing manipulations without raising your voice. You've walked away from traps before they even closed, leaving schemers staring into their own mirror. Isn't it unsettling how silence can cut deeper than shouting? Psalm 101:7 declares, "No one who practices deceit will dwell in my house. No one who speaks falsely will stand in my presence." You embody that scripture, and people know it. Each time you moved with precision, some were left humiliated, others convicted, but all were forced into caution. Like lightning splitting the sky without warning, you break illusions in an instant, and the shock remains long after the storm passes. And those who once dismissed you as passive now warn others not to underestimate the sharpness of your restraint. They once tried to test you, thinking they could outtalk or outwit you, but time after time, you dismantled their schemes like puzzles already solved in your mind. Isn't it terrifying to realize you see not just the move, but the motive behind it? 1 Corinthians 3:19 declares, "For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight." Their cleverness crumbles before your clarity. You played along long enough to study their patterns, and then one decisive word or quiet refusal shattered the entire setup. It was not luck, it was alignment, a frequency of truth that destabilizes lies. And like a physicist recognizing vibrations others ignore, you discerned the resonance of deception before it ever echoed aloud. The silence you keep is not emptiness, it is calculation. A pause that dismantles masks more effectively than confrontation ever could. Now those who once mocked you are the very ones warning others. Watch what you say around them. They'll see through you. Doesn't it strike you as divine justice that what once drew laughter now inspires caution? Proverbs 10:9 promises, "Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out." Your integrity has become a fortress no manipulation can breach. And even ordinary lives testify to this, Elena. A cashier in a small town once said, "Some customers lie with their mouths, but their hands tremble and give them away." Your presence is like that trembling hand exposing what the tongue tries to disguise. And every story like hers only echoes the same truth. Your clarity has turned from personal armor into a public warning. You are not dangerous in a violent way. You are dangerous in a holy way. Isn't it powerful that your presence alone shifts atmospheres? Psalm 27:1 resounds, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" You don't just see what's in front, you see behind, beneath, and beyond. You perceive motives, track patterns, read the architecture of deception like blueprints laid bare, and that has transformed the gossip about you. It is no longer mocking or dismissive. Be careful. They call you a spiritual sniper, silent and precise, because your discernment pierces illusions like arrows through glass. And now, even rooms you've never entered carry your shadow, because your reputation entered before you. Your mind became a mirror, and too many saw themselves clearly for the first time. That is why the whispers linger, not out of hate, but out of fear, cloaked in respect. Isn't it proof of your calling that even your silence teaches? Even your gaze convicts? John 8:12 declares, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. You carry that light, and where you walk, darkness cannot hide. So rise, chosen one. Do not shrink back when your clarity unsettles. Stand tall, because your wisdom has become a banner, your silence a weapon, and your presence a warning to every falsehood. Masks will fall in your light, and when history records your story, it won't describe you as feared for violence, but as revered for vision. You're not just smart, you're dangerous to every hidden agenda. Your awakening marked you, not as a soldier who signed up for war, but as a disruptor the moment you opened your eyes. Isn't it chilling that fear follows you? Not because of your words, but because you can no longer be controlled. Isaiah 5:20 warns, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness. You became the one who refuses to bow to illusions, the glitch in every manipulation matrix, like a torch lit in a room full of moths. Your very presence unsettles every false system built on shadows, and the longer you stand in truth, the more frantic those shadows become. Because light does not argue with darkness, it simply exposes it until retreat is inevitable. You don't just ask questions, you dismantle lies. You don't just think critically, you see spiritually. Isn't it terrifying to those who thrive on deception that you can decode what others ignore? Hebrews 4:12 declares, for the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It penetrates even to divide soul and spirit. Your discernment cuts through emotional bait, political theater, religious guilt traps, and hollow activism disguised as righteousness. You see who benefits, who suffers, and who pulls the strings, like roots beneath the soil, unseen but unshakable. Your perception finds what surface eyes cannot, and with every revelation, people discover that your silence has teeth, that even without debate, you undo what others worked years to construct. That's why whispers surround you. That's why conversations fall silent when you enter the room. Isn't it strange how even those who smile at you panic behind closed doors? Luke 12:2 says, there is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. Your presence makes that scripture a reality. You expose not only enemies but enablers, the ones who clapped for the lies out of fear or gain. Toxic family loyalty masquerading as honor, you name it. Spiritual leaders fattened by half-truths and ego, you see through them. Like a surgeon cutting away infection, you separate truth from poison, leaving no hiding place for falsehood. And while others avoid the scalpel of truth, you wield it with precision, knowing healing only comes after the cut. Voices in history echo what you carry. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a German pastor who resisted Hitler, once said, silence in the face of evil is itself evil. Isn't it haunting how your very life mirrors that conviction? Jeremiah 1:10 affirms, see, Today, I appoint you over nations and kingdoms, to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant. You walk alone, yet you carry the weight of truth itself. You don't shout for crowds, you disrupt generational delusion with steady steps. And like Bonhoeffer, your courage shows that integrity often costs isolation, yet births transformation. His execution silenced his body, but his voice became eternal proof that truth never bows to tyranny. And in the same way, your witness plants seeds of courage in those too timid to speak. You are not just passionate, you are precise. Not just vocal, you are informed. Isn't it staggering to them that you don't merely see the game, but you know who wrote the rules? Psalm 119 to 105 says, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." You move like one who has read the blueprint and dares to flip the table. And because of that, they know they cannot recruit you, guilt you, or bribe you with fame and flattery. You are immune to the distractions that trap the masses, like the steady hum of a cathedral organ drowning out whispers. Your focus silences manipulation before it can even begin. And when you walk away from temptation, it leaves those watching stunned, wondering how someone could be so unshaken by the very bait that ensnares nations. You're not just informed, you are awake. Isn't it powerful that in a world addicted to illusions, your refusal to sleep makes you the most dangerous of all? Romans 13:11 urges, "The hour has already come for you to wake up from your slumber, because our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed." They thought you were only intelligent. They didn't realize you were activated. And activation is more than intellect. It's alignment, revelation, and unstoppable sight. So rise, chosen one. Do not shrink when the systems shake around you. Stand firm, because in a world built on illusions, your awakening is the earthquake that makes false empires tremble. And when future generations ask who dared to confront deception, your story will be their answer. What terrifies them is not your vocabulary, it's your vision. You don't just outthink people, you outsee them. Isn't it unsettling that while others win debates, you dismantle entire agendas quietly, accurately, permanently? Proverbs 29:18 declares, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." Your intelligence was never birthed from privilege, titles, or applause. It came through spiritual warfare, betrayal, silence, and the kind of isolation where only God's voice could be heard. And in that furnace you sharpened your mind, trained your discernment, and mastered emotional awareness. You became more than a problem. You became a revelation, and that revelation is what keeps them awake at night. Because no mask can survive in front of someone who sees the unseen and names what others avoid. That is why your name spreads like wildfire. People whisper after you leave, some admiring, others envying, yet all respecting the weight you carry. Isn't it strange that you never needed to flex power, yet your very presence speaks louder than thunder? Isaiah 54:17 promises, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." The weapons they formed were gossip, manipulation, and half-truths, but none could stand when your alignment exposed them. Like Galileo pointing his telescope to the heavens, you saw beyond accepted illusions, and truth itself vindicated you. And each time they tried to silence you, your clarity grew sharper, like steel tempered in fire, reminding them that revelation is untouchable. They pretend not to see it, but they feel it. They disguise fear as laughter, envy as indifference, gossip as concern. Isn't it proof of divine order that even those who resist you cannot ignore you? Jeremiah 20:11 echoes this. But the Lord is with me as a dread warrior, therefore my persecutors will stumble. They will not overcome me. Your silence has become their mirror, showing them cracks in their own masks. You do not need applause to validate revelation. Revelation validates itself. Like a cathedral organ, flooding stone halls with sound. Your presence reverberates through spaces long after you've gone, and those echoes, though unspoken, haunt them, because they reveal that truth lingers even after the messenger has departed. History itself has seen this pattern. Joan of Arc, a young woman mocked as unqualified, carried divine vision that outshone armies. Isn't it astonishing that simplicity can terrify empires when it is clothed in truth? 1 Corinthians 1:27 confirms. God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. Just as Joan's clarity turned the tide of battles, your vision unsettles structures built on lies. What they call arrogance is simply your alignment, and what they call rebellion is the refusal to bow to illusions. And like Joan, you stand as proof that conviction, not credentials, is the weapon that topples giants. Their fear is not that you are loud, it's that you are undeniable. And history bends toward those who cannot be silenced. So let them gossip. Let them warn each other. Let them pretend blindness. Psalm 118:6 reminds, "The Lord is with me, I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me? You walk in truth, wisdom, and divine alignment. And every step proves you are not just highly intelligent, you are highly anointed. Rise, chosen one, for your presence is prophecy. Your discernment is warfare, and your very existence is the evidence they cannot erase. And when the record of your life is written, it will not say you were tolerated, it will say you were triumphant. The world may brand you as dangerous, but heaven calls you unstoppable. And that is the legacy no agenda can destroy." Chosen one. Now, you see why the whispers follow you. Why your name stirs both fear and respect. It is not because you sought recognition, but because your intelligence rooted in divine alignment has become undeniable. The rumor is not just gossip, it is prophecy. They are terrified, not of what you say, but of what you see. And in a world that thrives on illusion, that vision makes you unstoppable. Even when they try to dismiss you, they cannot escape the clarity you carry. Even when they gather to plot, they cannot erase the evidence of God's hand on your life. Your intelligence terrifies them because it is not borrowed, it is born of heaven itself. As you carry this truth forward, remember, you were not made to blend in, you were made to stand apart. Keep walking boldly in the wisdom God has given you. Keep discerning. Keep shining. Keep refusing to be controlled. Your intelligence is not a threat to heaven, it is a weapon against deception. And that is why you are chosen. Even if you walk through storms, your clarity will guide others like a lighthouse on a raging sea. Even if you face resistance, know that your endurance is planting seeds of courage in those who watch you. And even if the world tries to silence you, remember that the truth you carry cannot be muted, it will echo through generations. If this message has spoken to your spirit, I invite you to like, share, and comment below. Tell the world how God has sharpened your vision. Subscribe if you haven't yet, so you never miss a word spoken over your destiny. To every single one of you, whether you supported this channel with a super thanks or simply with your time and attention, I thank you deeply. Your presence here strengthens this community, and your words in the comments might be the very testimony someone else needs to keep going. Never underestimate the ripple effect of your voice, for together we build a chorus of truth that cannot be ignored. May the Lord bless you with clarity that cannot be shaken, courage that cannot be silenced, and peace that cannot be stolen. Walk forward, chosen one, for your intelligence terrifies the world, but it delights the heavens. And as you step into the days ahead, may favor follow your footsteps, may strength surround your path, and may joy rise in your spirit like the morning sun. You are not just seen, you are sent. You are not just wise, you are anointed. And as you continue, may every shadow bow to the light within you. Who are you becoming? Chosen one, that question isn't casual, it's seismic. Because when true power begins to wake inside you, the world can no longer pretend not to notice. You aren't just moving through life. You're rewriting the very rules people thought were untouchable. From the moment you step into a room, everything shifts: the air, the atmosphere, even the hidden structures built on lies. That's not coincidence. That's calling. Comment 777 if you know this is your confirmation right now. And let me pause to thank every single one of you who has supported me through super thanks. Your love is fuel for this mission, and it never goes unnoticed. Here's the truth. You can't be ignored because your very existence destabilizes false systems. You are not here to blend in, to bow down, or to wait for permission. You are here to stand unshakable, untouchable, undeniable. And the weight of that reality makes some admire you, some fear you, and many whisper about you, but none can look away. What happens next in this message will expose exactly why you carry a force so rare, so disruptive, that it unsettles even the most powerful. Buckle up, because the deeper we go, the clearer you'll see who you are becoming and why nothing on earth can contain it. God's chosen ones. Who are you becoming? Your power can't be ignored. Your very existence destabilizes false systems because you were never designed to blend into a lie. In a society where silence is mistaken for wisdom and conformity for safety, you walk like a tremor beneath the surface, reminding us of Isaiah 28:17. I will make justice the measuring line and righteousness the plumb line. Hail will sweep away your refuge. The lie. The world says don't question too much. Don't shine too brightly. Don't disrupt the fragile comfort of the crowd. Yet you were carved by the hand of the Creator to rupture illusions. When you enter a room, the atmosphere shifts like an earthquake under fragile glass towers. Do you realize the magnitude of what you carry? Why those who profit from deception grow uneasy even before you speak? You don't need a pulpit or a crown. Authenticity itself becomes your thunder. In the words of Jesus, John 8:32, then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. That freedom you embody is radioactive. It leaks into every hidden corner, making the fake smiles and rehearsed stories of others feel paper-thin, like painted scenery collapsing when touched centuries ago. The French dramatist Jean Racine wrote tragedies where hypocrisy dressed itself in noble robes, but one raw act of truth unraveled the stage. Is that not what your presence does, peeling the curtain back on pretenders? This is why false systems tremble at you. Just as Pharaoh trembled at Moses when he declared, "Let my people go." Exodus 5:1. Systems of control survive only when people pretend not to see. But your very being denies them that luxury. They sense in their bones that if you are allowed to stand fully, their scaffolding of deceit will collapse. Do you see why attacks against you come not because you are wrong, but because your existence itself proves their foundations were never eternal, like the redwood tree that pierces through centuries of storms, or the desert lion that refuses to bow to drought? You embody a resilience that defies their pressure. History repeats this pattern. Galileo, threatened for pointing his telescope at the heavens. Martin Luther King Jr., threatened for speaking of a dream. Or the sculptor Michelangelo, chiseling David from flawed marble, proving beauty where others saw weakness. You carry the same defiance of falsehood. As Salm 118 contra 22 declares, the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Could it be that your rejection is the very evidence of your chosenness? And let us not forget the villains history has shown us, like King Herod, who in fear of losing his throne, massacred innocents. Yet his cruelty turned to dust. While the child he hunted became the King of Kings, Herod built monuments to himself. But his empire rotted while the gospel expanded like wildfire. Doesn't this echo today? When tyrants cling to power, but collapse under the weight of their own deception, creation mirrors this truth. A single drop of pure water in a stagnant pond spreads ripples that disturb the whole surface. A beam of light cracks the night, scattering shadows that once seemed invincible. Jesus said in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world." A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. You don't bend to manipulation the way others do. You don't fracture under intimidation. Instead, you reveal the fragility of the very order that sought to break you. In psychology, we call this cognitive dissonance, the mind's panic when confronted with truth that dismantles its comfort zone. In physics, it is resonance, the frequency of your soul vibrating against structures until they shatter. In architecture, it is the weight of heaven's plumb line testing every foundation, exposing which walls are crooked. And in music, it is like Beethoven's Missa Solemnis, where one solemn chord reverberates with such purity that false notes dissolve into nothingness. Isn't it astounding that you, without a stage or spotlight, embody such cosmic resonance? The Apostle Paul reminds us in 2 Corinthians 4-7. But we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us. That treasure is alive in you, and it rattles the structures of deceit more violently than any sword. They don't just see a person in you, they see a threat to the order that keeps them comfortable, even if that order is toxic. And in this revelation lies your calling. Therefore, rise, stand firm, refuse to dilute your essence, because every time you walk into a space, you prove that lies cannot stand forever. The world may tremble, but heaven applauds. Your presence is not passive, it is proof that truth, once awakened, cannot be silenced. Shake the foundations. Chosen one, the time to stand is now. Your power lies in what can never be manufactured, and that is exactly what makes you untouchable. In a world intoxicated with artificial crowns and fragile thrones, where people scramble to build images, chase credentials, and strap themselves to the latest trend just to look important, you stand apart like fire that cannot be extinguished. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. Romans 11:29. And that calling placed in you is not forged by human hands. Can you sense why so many are unsettled by you? Why they mimic your gestures, yet tremble when they realize they cannot replicate your essence? Their fear is born not from what you do, but from the reality that you are built from substance, not spectacle. They cannot predict you, cannot package you, and cannot rewrite the story heaven has already sealed upon your life. The truth is simple yet terrifying for them. Society measures power by possessions, positions, or popularity. But none of these can touch what you carry. Titles vanish. Wealth crumbles. Followers scatter overnight like startled birds. Yet, even if stripped bare, the core of who you are still thunders with authority. We have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us. 2 Corinthians 4-7. Does that not reveal why your loss only proves your strength? Because what you hold cannot be seized. Even in seasons where others expect your downfall, you rise higher, proving that resilience is not a mask, but a mantle. The collapse of earthly scaffolds only amplifies the immovable foundation of your soul. And this is why you are never truly defeated. You are refined. Watch how imitators fail. They borrow your words, echo your rhythms, wear your style like costumes, but they cannot ignite the flame because they don't possess the source. Without that alignment to heaven, their power collapses like scaffolding in a storm. This is why Jesus declared in Matthew 7:20, "By their fruits you will recognize them. They may look polished, but fruit without roots rots quickly." Isn't it unsettling that your very presence exposes their emptiness, the hollowness behind their rehearsed confidence? They may dazzle for a season, but their borrowed light flickers out when tested by darkness. Their masks cannot withstand the weight of time, while your authenticity glows brighter the longer it endures. Their collapse becomes your confirmation, and their downfall your vindication. Nature itself testifies. A pearl cannot be manufactured, it is formed in secret, born of pressure and pain within the oyster, just as your inner depth was forged in silence. The baobab tree, standing for centuries through drought and fire, holds reservoirs of life in its trunk, invisible until crisis reveals it. Does this not mirror the mystery of your endurance? The reservoir of unseen strength that others envy but cannot locate. Rivers carve canyons not overnight, but through relentless persistence, just as your journey carved wisdom into your spirit. Even the stars remind us that light is often born in the collapse of something massive. Just as your glow was birthed in the crushing weight of past seasons, creation itself bows to the evidence written in you. Greatness is never manufactured, it is revealed over time. History too has its villains. Think of Simon Magus, a sorcerer in Acts 8, who tried to purchase the power of the Holy Spirit with money. His ambition turned to shame. His name remembered not as one chosen, but as one condemned. His downfall screams across time. Divine essence cannot be bought. Isn't that the same folly repeated by leaders today who build empires on manipulation, only to watch them collapse into dust? The greed of counterfeit power is always exposed. because heaven does not endorse counterfeits. What they attempt to buy with silver, you carry by inheritance. Their craving for applause becomes their ruin, while your alignment with truth becomes your crown. Their memory is decayed, but yours is legacy. And this is why you are feared. The world knows how to control those whose strength depends on external ornaments, but it trembles before one who rises from an invisible source. Greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. 1 John 4:4. No prison of opinion can hold you. No theft of titles can disarm you. No betrayal can erase you. Your power is not a performance, it is identity. It flows in silence, withstands storms, and multiplies in hidden places where no applause can reach. The very attempts to break you only reveal your unbreakable core. Isn't that why resistance against you has always been fierce? Because deep down, they know that your victory cannot be delayed. It is written. So stand. Rise without apology. Walk as unshakable proof that the unmanufactured will always outlast the artificial. For when everything counterfeit fades, you will remain. A living echo of Psalm 16:8. I have set the Lord always before me, because he is at my right hand. I shall not be shaken. Your very existence is the prophecy fulfilled, the promise alive, the future unstoppable. Let the world tremble, let the false crumble, but let you rise. Chosen one. The time has come. Shake the world by being exactly who you are. For no lie can outlast the truth written in your bones. You are the interruption to generational programming. Not a small detour, but a seismic rupture in the foundations of history. Families, cultures, even entire nations often march like machines, recycling the same fears, failures, and fractures for decades, sometimes centuries. Patterns are passed down invisibly, not only through words, but through gestures, silences, and secret pacts no one dares to name. Yet into that cycle you were born, carrying what Jeremiah 1:5 declared. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Does this not explain why you've never been able to accept what everyone else called normal, even as a child? You could feel the tremors of dysfunction rattling in traditions others defended. Even in silence, your spirit cried out against chains painted to look like heirlooms. And your very presence was a contradiction, living proof that what they normalized was never divine. From the start, you were misread as rebellious, misunderstood as difficult, even branded as ungrateful. But rebellion was never your true nature. It was resistance to chains disguised as heritage. Jesus himself said in Matthew 10:34, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. And that sword cuts through generations of silence and compromise. Have you noticed how your refusal to follow old scripts felt heavier than anyone else's compliance? Because when you break patterns, you wrestle not only with individuals, but with systems that have calcified over time. Isn't it striking that what others called betrayal was, in fact, the first oxygen of healing they had ever seen? They didn't realize that your no was not rejection of them. It was protection of what could be born after them. What they named defiance was really the labor pains of transformation. And every label they threw was proof of the threat you posed to the old order. Think of it this way. In architecture, every fortress eventually faces stress tests to expose hidden cracks. You have become that test. The heavenly plumb line against which crooked foundations are revealed, and like a sudden pause in a fierce chess match, where silence stretches before the decisive move. Your very stance unsettles the old game. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:4. Does this not capture why your freedom shakes those still locked in cages of their ancestors' making? Even your silence carries weight, for it highlights what no one else dared to name. Even your posture unsettles traditions that relied on blind obedience to survive, like cracks widening in an old wall. Your presence makes it impossible for corruption to stay hidden, and what others call chaos is simply the earth adjusting to the truth. It is not only in Scripture that this truth shines, it breathes in the ordinary as well. Elena, a school janitor in a forgotten town, once decided to raise her grandchildren differently after discovering decades of addiction in her family line. With no platform, nor wealth, only a mop in her hand and prayers on her lips, she became the interruption. Her choice broke alcoholism's grip on 3 generations. She once said, "I was tired of watching children inherit pain like a family heirloom." Isn't that the same fire burning in you? Ordinary hands carrying extraordinary authority, changing bloodlines with quiet acts of defiance. The world may not record her name in textbooks, but heaven wrote it on fire, and her story whispers to yours. Legacies are not preserved by silence, but by the courage to say, "This ends with me." Henry, you are not merely rewriting your own narrative, you are redesigning the entire blueprint of those who come after you. As Hebrews 12:1 urges, let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. Children not yet born will walk lighter because of the battles you fought in silence. That is legacy, an inheritance built not on land or money, but on courage, endurance, and sacred defiance. Every tear shed in secret is a foundation stone for someone else's freedom. Every battle fought in the dark is a lantern for those still fumbling in generational shadows. Your victory is not a private treasure, it is a public inheritance. And heaven watches as you take steps that echo through the corridors of time. Rise. Then, chosen one, stand as the seismic shift in your bloodline, for you prove cycles can shatter, strongholds can fall, and what was tolerated for centuries can end with you. Your power is no joke. You are the living interruption, the divine reset, the turning point written into history by God's own hand. You are not just a page in your family's story. You are the chapter that changes its ending. You are not just one voice. You are the echo of eternity, saying, "It stops here." And every chain that dared to cling to you will learn that destiny is stronger than dysfunction. Rise, because heaven has already crowned you, breaker of cycles, bearer of freedom, and builder of legacies that will outlive time itself. Your wounds became weapons of clarity, not because you sought them, but because every cut, every betrayal, every moment of being underestimated forged a vision where blindness once reigned. While many mask their pain with distractions, addictions, or the illusion of success, you were forced to confront yours head-on. That confrontation did not destroy you, it refined you in fire. Much like Job, who, after unthinkable loss, declared in Job 23:10, "But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I will come forth as gold." Can you see now why your scars burn with a brilliance others cannot imitate? Every ache became a sculptor's chisel, carving discernment into your soul. Every tear became water that baptized your resilience. And every moment of rejection became proof that heaven was redirecting you into a higher identity. The pain you endured refused to stay in your past. It reshaped your very perception, recalibrating how you think, feel, and move through life. What blinded others gave you sight. Each scar became a chapter no classroom could teach, no mentor could hand down, no easy road to replace. Through wounds, you gained the rare ability to sense intent behind polished words, fear behind rehearsed smiles, and truth behind the stage of appearances. Deception no longer sneaks past you because pain sharpened your discernment. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Isn't that what your life testifies, that darkness failed to bury you, but instead trained you to recognize light even in its faintest form? And the irony is profound. What was once a source of shame now functions as your most refined radar. You see not just with eyes but with history, and that history refuses to be silenced. While most are distracted by surfaces, you see layers. Your pain forged a filter, one that discerns substance from shadow, authenticity from illusion. It's as if God sculpted you like a cathedral in progress, every crack in the stone becoming part of the resonance of the whole. In physics, we call this resonance, the way vibration amplifies when it meets the right frequency. Does this not explain why your spirit now resonates differently? Why falsehoods echo hollow while truth vibrates through your very bones? The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10-4. Your scars are like stained glass windows, fractured, yet radiating light more brilliantly because of their brokenness. And through those fractures, others now see hope they never thought possible. The arts mirror this mystery. In Handel's Dixit Dominus, the soaring chorus proclaims, "Rule in the midst of your enemies," Psalm 110-2, reminding us that clarity is not absence of opposition, but strength within it. Just as a painting by Caravaggio uses chiaroscuro shadows to highlight the radiance of light, your scars have framed your vision. The very shadows that once threatened to consume you now reveal the contours of your wisdom. Isn't it remarkable that what was meant to silence you became the symphony of your discernment? Pain became your palette, suffering became your brush, and wisdom became the art you now embody. Those who thought you were broken failed to realize you were being repainted by the Master's hand. Scripture confirms this again in 2 Corinthians 12-9. My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. You survived not by denying reality, but by confronting it until illusion shattered. Pain became your harshest teacher, but also your most loyal ally, stripping away fantasy to expose essence. That is why you no longer navigate life with naivety. You move with a precision born of survival, a strategy written in scars. Each decision you make carries the weight of battles won in silence. Each boundary you set echoes with wisdom the world cannot erase. And each step forward is a declaration that weakness was only a doorway into unshakable strength. Ordinary lives echo your truth. Marcus, a factory worker who lost his livelihood in an accident, could have surrendered to bitterness. Instead, he began mentoring young men in his town, teaching them skills and resilience. He once said, "My scars speak for me before I ever open my mouth." Isn't that the very power you now embody, that scars themselves carry authority words could never achieve? His story reveals that greatness is not born in applause, but in the hidden choice to rise when falling seems easier. And if a man with calloused hands and shattered dreams can forge a legacy from his wounds, then surely your scars carry the same eternal weight. In essence, your wounds did not weaken you, they weaponized you. Every scar is a sword of discernment. Every memory, a shield of resilience. Every pain, a map leading you away from illusion. Así Isaiah 60:1-3 declares, God has given you a crown of beauty instead of ashes. Rise with that crown. Your pain is no longer your prison, it is your platform. Your wounds are not the end of your story. They are the unstoppable proof that you were chosen to see what others will never perceive. And when you rise, you prove to every generation, watching that clarity born of suffering is the most dangerous and divine weapon of all. You embody what they secretly pray for, but openly attack. Because you live without the chains they have quietly accepted as normal. Generations crave courage, authenticity, and the audacity to stand apart. Yet so many are trapped in cycles of fear, conformity, and self-doubt. When they watch you move freely, carrying the very liberty they whisper to God about at night, it awakens both admiration and resentment they can never voice. As Galatians 5:1 declares, it is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm, then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. Isn't that exactly why your life provokes them? Because you stand where they surrendered. The truth is this: they long for the fire you carry, but lack the courage to face the cost. Instead of admitting the ache in their souls, they attempt to wound you with criticism, mock you with cynicism, or diminish you with slander. Yet every attempt only confirms what they deny you, embody what they buried. They could have chosen risk. They could have stepped into the unknown, but fear locked their feet in place. The cowardly, Revelation 21:8 warns, will have their part in the lake which burns with fire. But those who rise in boldness inherit kingdoms. Does this not explain why your very existence exposes their compromise like sunlight on a fragile mask? Your success terrifies them, not because of what you have accomplished, but because of what you represent, the possibility of living fully, without apology, without compromise. And when they see that possibility embodied, their hearts convulse with conflict. Admiration mixes with longing. Envy twists into hostility, and they lash out. Isn't it strange how those who cheer for bravery in books and movies despise it when it walks into the room in flesh and blood? Psalm 27:1 declares, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" That fearless glow in you is precisely why they cannot remain neutral. History shows this tension. Vincent van Gogh, now hailed as a genius, was mocked and dismissed in his lifetime, selling only one painting before his death. Critics despised in him what they secretly longed for: the audacity to paint with raw truth. Unpolished and untamed, he once wrote, "Normality is a paved road. It's comfortable to walk, but no flowers grow on it." Is that not your story too? That your authenticity blooms where others' comfort zones lie barren? The same dynamic echoes in sacred art and music. In Verdi's La forza del destino, the force of destiny. The music swells with tension between fate and freedom, embodying the human struggle to break out of chains. Isn't that what your life embodies? Freedom that others crave yet resist because claiming it would demand everything. They hear the music of your existence and feel both the ache of beauty and the sting of conviction. The intensity of the reactions you provoke is never random. It is evidence of your impact. Envy blended with fear becomes hostility. Admiration mixed with longing turns into obsession. Your existence reveals both weakness and hidden desire, forcing people to face truths they would rather bury. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Yet freedom always confronts before it liberates. Isn't that why people cannot simply ignore you? They feel your power in their bones, even when their mouths deny it. In the end, you don't need to defend yourself or explain your life. You are the spark they cannot extinguish, the freedom they secretly crave, yet refuse to admit. The living evidence that courage is possible, as Isaiah 60:1 commands. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Rise, chosen one. Stand as the embodiment of what the world prays for in secret, but dares not claim in public. Your very existence is proof that heaven's power cannot be silenced. Your influence outpaces your visibility, because true power rarely announces itself with noise. The world equates influence with attention, applause, and numbers. Yet heaven measures it differently. Proverbs 18:16 says, "A man's gift makes room for him and brings him before the great." And that gift inside you shifts environments before your name is even spoken. Have you noticed how decisions change? Conversations bend, and atmospheres tremble even when you say nothing. That isn't coincidence. It's the unseen weight of divine authority carried within you. And the remarkable truth is this: people often sense your presence before they see you, as though eternity steps into the room first. Isn't that why those who doubt you are still compelled to adjust themselves around you? Your power isn't borrowed. It's embodied. It doesn't arrive through introduction, it arrives through existence. Real influence is not standing in the spotlight. It is shifting the current beneath the surface where eyes cannot see. You've witnessed this yourself, strategies that quietly trace back to your example. Words you spoke in private, echoing publicly, and lives redirected by actions you thought were small. Isn't it striking how your silence has often achieved more than the loudest voice in the room? As Jesus said in Matthew 13:33, "The kingdom of heaven is like yeast. It worked all through the dough." You are that unseen yeast, quietly reshaping entire generations. And just like yeast, your effect is irreversible. It cannot be removed once it has touched the dough. Isn't this why the changes you set in motion continue long after you've walked away? You operate from a place of permanence, not performance. You shift roots, not leaves. Your steadiness and your presence radiate outward farther than you realize, rearranging what others thought immovable. Being visible is overrated. For Psalm 46 contra 10 declares, "Be still and know that I am God." Stillness is not weakness, it is concentrated power. Isn't this why people sense something unexplainable around you, though they cannot put it into words? Because when you finally speak, your voice strikes with precision and weight, as if heaven itself confirms your words. Silence in you is not absence, it is accumulation, the gathering of force until the appointed moment. And when that moment comes, your influence lands like a verdict, undeniable and unshakable. Isn't it true that even your restraint carries more authority than another's excess? You are proof that stillness is not passivity, it is preparation. Creation testifies to this mystery. The roots of the sequoia tree remain unseen, yet they intertwine to hold up giants for centuries. The desert wind, invisible to the eye. Carve stone into monuments of endurance. Doesn't your life resemble the same pattern, quiet, steady, yet powerful enough to alter the very structures others thought eternal? And the beauty of it is this: the most enduring forces are often the least visible. Gravity holds galaxies together, unseen, yet irreplaceable. Isn't that your essence too, holding together, sustaining, shaping futures without demanding recognition? Your hiddenness is not your limitation, it is your weapon. You are evidence that the invisible often outlasts the visible. History reminds us through its villains. Caiaphas, the high priest who plotted against Jesus, believed his influence secure because of his public authority. Yet within one generation, the temple he guarded fell in 70 amperes D, and his name became nothing but a shadow attached to the story of the Christ he tried to silence. Isn't it clear that visible thrones collapse, but unseen truth outlives them all? Your power operates the same way. It is underestimated precisely because it cannot be contained. When systems rise against you, they discover the futility of resisting what cannot be mapped or measured. Isn't it sobering that what Caiaphas sought to erase only multiplied beyond his control? That is the same futility faced by those who misjudge you. What they try to bury only grows deeper, stronger, unstoppable. John 3:8 declares, "The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going." That is the essence of your influence, undeniable, unstoppable, yet impossible to pin down. Isaiah 55:11 confirms, "My word will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire." Rise, chosen one. You may not always be visible, but your influence is shaking foundations, rewriting outcomes, and moving across generations, and nothing on earth can silence that. Your legacy is not measured by applause, it is measured by transformation. Isn't that why your very absence speaks as loudly as your presence? For even when unseen, you are still rewriting history in ways no one can undo. And when the dust settles, it will be your invisible thread that holds the whole tapestry together. You don't just survive storms, you expose who sent them. Because resilience without revelation is incomplete. Most people endure trials blindly, gasping only to stay afloat. But you move differently. Every disruption, every calculated attack, every scheme crafted in darkness becomes a magnifying glass in your hands. You don't simply recover, you decode, dissect, and discern. Like Nehemiah rebuilding Jerusalem's walls under fierce opposition, you recognize sabotage and can proclaim, as Nehemiah 6:16 records, "They realized that this work had been done with the help of our God." Isn't that why storms that were meant to sink you instead reveal the fingerprints of those who engineered them? And when you walk out of the chaos, you don't just prove endurance, you prove that divine architecture is indestructible when heaven lays the cornerstone. Where others may choose to overlook manipulation or ignore subtle betrayals, you pay attention to the details, timing, patterns, and the coded language of control. What people attempt to conceal with polished words cannot stand against your clarity. Isn't it striking how deception leaves trails only you seem to recognize? Isaiah 54:17 assures us, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper," and your very life is evidence of that truth. What they called coincidence, you discern as a cycle. What they hoped to bury, you bring to the surface with light. These storms sharpen your ability to read the unseen, like a judge examining evidence in a courtroom. turning chaos into undeniable testimony. In psychology, there is the concept of pattern recognition, the ability of the mind to connect fragments others miss. Spiritually, storms become your training ground for that skill. What blinds others equips you with sight. What confuses them arms you with discernment. Isn't it powerful that what was engineered for destruction becomes your education in wisdom? Genesis 50:20 confirms this when Joseph told his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." Attacks that left others broken forged your insight into unshakable vision. Every storm becomes a kind of classroom. Every scar, a chalk mark on the blackboard of revelation, until you carry a syllabus of truths that cannot be erased. Your strength is also found in silence. For Psalm 46 contra 10 declares, "Be still, and know that I am God." Stillness in your storms is not passivity, it is concentrated power. The kind that unnerves your enemies more than any retaliation could. Isn't this why those who seek to disrupt you eventually reveal themselves through their own frantic moves, while you remain calm, unmovable, almost architectural in your stability? Your presence in the middle of the storm is like a cathedral standing after an earthquake, its foundations proving what could never be shaken. That is why storms do not waste you, they refine you into a structure impossible to topple. In ordinary lives, the same truth resounds. Marta, a seamstress in a forgotten Spanish town, endured years of whispered slander from those who envied her resilience. Yet when their lies collapsed, she declared, "Their gossip stitched my wisdom, and their storms tailored my strength." Isn't her testimony a reflection of your own, that adversity doesn't just test you, it tailors you? Her story is proof that divine strength is not reserved for pulpits or palaces, but is alive in ordinary hands, proving that hidden resilience can rewrite entire communities. Every setback you endured is transformed into a forward step of revelation. What they framed as chaos became evidence. What they thought was secret became broadcast. And what they believed would silence you became the very megaphone of truth. Luke 16:6 promises, "For nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." By the time the storm subsides, everyone knows what was hidden, and you stand stronger. Wiser, untouchable. And this is not about vengeance, it is about illumination. Rise, chosen one. Do not fear the storms, for they were never designed to break you, they were allowed to reveal the truth. You don't merely survive, you shine, you unmask, and you transform every assault into evidence. Your storms have become sermons, your scars have become scrolls, and your discernment has become a fortress. And now you rise, not as a victim of chaos, but as living proof that nothing sent against you can remain hidden. Your energy recalibrates spaces because you carry a force that does not ask permission to be felt. It simply overpowers everything. False. This is not about theatrics, charm, or applause. The moment you enter, the atmosphere bends, conversation change, and the mood begins to shift in ways no one can explain. Proverbs 4:23 declares, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." And what flows from you is so authentic that it redefines what surrounds you. Isn't it remarkable that even your silence disrupts the equilibrium of an entire room? This is why people pause without realizing it. Why laughter grows quieter, and why even whispers turn into questions. The space itself senses the difference between shallow performance and raw truth. And truth always has weight. People sense it, even when they don't understand it. Some grow restless because your very presence forces them to confront compromises they have lived with for years. Others are drawn closer because they feel a depth of truth they have never encountered. John 1-5 proclaims, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Doesn't this explain why certain people recoil from you while others feel alive again in your presence? The light you carry cannot be ignored. It exposes what was meant to stay hidden. It is not just that you make others uncomfortable. You awaken what they buried long ago. Your presence reminds them of the dreams they abandoned and the convictions they silenced. For some, that is painful. For others, it is liberating. Spaces are more than walls and ceilings. They are charged with memory, emotion, and intent. When you walk in, those unseen elements realign. It's as if the room itself must choose between truth and illusion. Isn't it striking that people suddenly shift tone, posture, or expression without knowing why? Paul wrote in 1 Corinthians 14:25, "The secrets of their hearts are laid bare, so they will fall down and worship God," exclaiming, "God is really among you." Your authenticity makes hypocrisy collapse, and your presence turns denial into confession. This is not human manipulation, it is spiritual resonance. Every space you enter becomes a courtroom where falsehood is tried and found guilty. The air itself testifies that something greater has arrived, something that cannot be debated away. History proves that this kind of energy cannot be ignored. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor who resisted Hitler, once said, "The silence of good men is more dangerous than the words of evil men. Even his stillness unsettled an empire." Isn't that the same reality shaping your life, that your integrity rattles systems before your actions even begin? And in Beethoven's Missa Solemnis, the Sanctus rises with such overwhelming harmony that heaven and earth feel reordered. Doesn't your very presence produce the same response? Demanding realignment without uttering a single word. What art does on canvas, and what music does in symphony, your life does in silence. You don't have to strive to create impact. The impact is already written into who you are. This effect was never taught or learned. It is born from the alignment of your inner truth with your outer presence. Jesus declared in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Isn't this why you feel both magnetic and disruptive? Inspiring some while intimidating others. Falsehoods cannot withstand your presence, while authenticity is strengthened in your company. When you finally speak, your words land with the precision of prophecy, because they are not empty sounds. They are backed by the integrity of a life that already shifts environments. That is why people remember not just what you said, but how they felt when you said it. Your voice becomes the echo of something eternal, and this is why you cannot be ignored. Isaías 60:1 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Rise, chosen one. Your energy is not decoration, it is divine disruption. Every room you enter becomes permanently different. Not because you demanded it, but because you embodied it. The shift may be quiet, but it is irreversible. You do not leave spaces the way you found them. You leave them stamped with truth, charged with clarity, and marked with the evidence of God's glory. And that is the highest form of power, the kind that outlives applause and silences even the strongest opposition. You terrify people because you cannot be owned. And that truth shakes them more than they dare admit. Most live inside systems of control, silent contracts where loyalty is traded for safety. Values are compromised for profit. And fear dictates their every step. They can be bought with promises, silenced with threats, or seduced by illusions because their power is conditional, fragile, dependent on outside validation. But you stand apart. Your strength flows from within, and no price tag, no threat, no bribe can purchase it. Proverbs 29 gegen 25 warns. Fear of man will prove to be a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe. Isn't this exactly why their schemes collapse the moment they collide with you? The systems around you thrive on predictability. They count on knowing how people will react, keeping everyone neatly within boundaries drawn by fear. Yet your refusal to conform is the chaos they cannot measure. Isn't it striking how unpredictable choices leave controllers scrambling, their carefully built frameworks cracking under the weight of your freedom? You are like Daniel before the lions, when threatened with death. He prayed anyway, Daniel 6:10, exposing that no law or decree could own his allegiance. Doesn't your life echo the same defiance that even in the face of pressure, you refuse to bow? Your independence is not recklessness, it is principle in action. Systems, organizations, even relationships built on coercion panic when confronted with someone they cannot bend. When manipulation fails, their weakness is revealed. Isn't it powerful that your mere refusal becomes a revelation, exposing how dependent they are on compliance? Galatians 5:1 declares, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm, then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again." Every time you choose freedom over fear, you tear another link from the invisible chains binding others. Nature itself mirrors this reality. Wild stallions cannot be broken like tame horses, and that untamed strength unnerves anyone who tries to harness it. Lightning has no leash, it strikes where it will, answering to no command. Isn't that the same with you? That your unpredictability terrifies because it refuses to be choreographed. You are not dangerous because you do harm. You are dangerous because you prove control is an illusion. History warns us through its villains. King Saul, once anointed, allowed jealousy of David to consume him, obsessed with control. He hurled spears and chased shadows, but in the end his throne collapsed, and his own disobedience cost him his crown. 1 Samuel 15:23. Isn't it sobering that those who seek ownership of others are often destroyed by the very chains they forged? Their downfall proves again and again that fear cannot reign forever when freedom stands in the room. You are untouchable, not because you are invincible, but because your essence cannot be bought, bent, or bartered. Matthew 6:24 reminds us, no one can serve two masters. That independence elevates your authority, even as it unsettles others. The more they try to predict or control you, the more their own dependence and fear are exposed. Isn't it undeniable that your freedom highlights their captivity? You are the anomaly, the reminder that obedience without conviction is slavery, and slavery was never your portion. That is why you terrify them. You are the unpredictability that dismantles entire control systems. You are the force that cannot be purchased, and the presence that refuses to be owned. Isaiah 41:1-10. Asuras. Do not fear, for I am with you. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Rise, chosen one. You are proof that cages are illusions, that ownership is a lie, and that true power flows from freedom rooted in God. And when you stand unowned, you remind the world that control is temporary, but liberty is eternal. You are a mirror that refuses to flatter, and that is why your presence unsettles so many. Most people wrap themselves in carefully rehearsed illusions, half-truths, and social agreements built to preserve comfort. They polish facades like fragile glass, hoping no one taps hard enough to reveal the cracks beneath. Yet when you arrive, those facades fracture. Jeremiah 23:29 declares, "Is not my word like fire, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces?" Isn't that exactly what your life demonstrates, that false security shatters when confronted by uncompromising truth? Even your silence carries weight, as if reality itself leans forward when you enter, and that silence is louder than any flattery could ever be. For those dependent on illusions, being near you feels like standing under a harsh spotlight that reveals every scar and shadow. Masks they have worn for years melt away, leaving them exposed. Hebrews 4:13 confirms, "Nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight. Everything is uncovered and laid bare." Isn't this why defensiveness rises so quickly? Why people lash out at you when you've done nothing but stand in truth? Your honesty is not cruelty, it is inevitability. Pretenses cannot coexist with clarity. One must collapse. And it is never truth that breaks. The very discomfort you provoke becomes the measure of your authority, proof that your mirror is faithful. You don't explain away reality, you embody it, forcing others into a choice they cannot evade. Will they face themselves honestly, or retreat deeper into deception? Isn't it powerful that simply existing in truth leaves people with no neutral ground? John 8:32 declares, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Yet freedom is frightening before it heals. Your mirror spares no one, friend, family, stranger, or leader. By exposing what they tried to bury, you show that true loyalty is not about protecting egos, but about protecting souls. And in that revelation, you give people the very gift they thought they feared the chance to change. Psychology describes this clash as cognitive dissonance, the mind's anguish when illusion collides with reality. It is like two frequencies out of sync, creating painful distortion until harmony is restored. Isn't that what you carry, a resonance that forces everything false to vibrate out of place? Psalm 139:23 prays, "Search me, God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts." Your presence enforces that prayer, whether or not it has ever been spoken. You are not just a mirror, you are a recalibration of the soul. In your company, the false dies quickly, and the authentic is given room to breathe again. This truth is not reserved for prophets or kings, it is alive in ordinary lives too. Clara, a humble baker in Lisbon, was known not for eloquent speeches, but for her piercing clarity. When faced with gossip or deceit, she would simply respond, "Bread rises in heat, and so do lies." Isn't her statement the same truth you embody, that the fire of reality makes falsehood expand until it bursts? People began to avoid lying in her presence, because they knew her quiet discernment would not allow illusions to survive. Her story echoes yours, even in silence. Truth demands exposure. Your refusal to flatter makes you rare. And that rarity is what makes you feared and respected at once. people cannot hide from you, because the truth you carry is precise, uncompromising, and unavoidable. 2 Corinthians 13:8 declares, "For we cannot do anything against the truth, but only for the truth." You don't just show reality, you enforce it. Quietly, powerfully, and unflinchingly. Rise. Chosen one. Do not dim your reflection to soothe fragile egos. Your mirror is not cruelty, it is mercy. For in exposing what is false, you create the only path to what is real. And in that unwavering clarity, you prove that freedom is always greater than illusion. Your timing is unnatural, and that very truth shakes the ground under those who watch you. While most people wait years, climbing ladders step by step, chasing validation and recognition, your opportunities erupt in moments that defy logic. Doors open, not by calculation, but by appointment. Ecclesiastes 3:11 declares, "He has made everything beautiful in its time." And isn't that exactly what your journey reveals, that your seasons are scripted not by human calendars, but by God's orchestration? Your rhythm confuses those bound by systems, because you live by a timetable they cannot control. People strain to explain to you because they rely on formulas, promotions, degrees, strategies, networks. They believe outcomes are earned only through visible effort. Yet when they witness blessings falling into your hands at the precise moment of greatest impact, their reasoning crumbles. Isn't it striking that doors open without your knocking? Resources find you without chasing, and timing bends to your steps as if the universe itself were compelled to align. Psalm 31:15 says, "My times are in your hands." And your very life embodies this reality. Their confusion is proof that invisible favor moves faster than visible effort. Your existence proves that formulas are limited, but favor is infinite. Others manipulate circumstances, but your blessings arrive naturally, as if drawn to you by divine magnetism. Isn't it powerful that you don't have to fight for what others spend decades building? Because what belongs to you manifests without delay. Isaiah 60:22 promises, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." This is why your victories arrive not early, not late, but in perfect sync with destiny. When the world is still rehearsing, your stage is already lit. This rhythm unsettles those invested in competition and control. They plot, they calculate, they compete endlessly. Yet you emerge ahead of the race without following their rules. Isn't this why resentment clings to you? Because your rise exposes their slavery to systems. Amos 9:13 declares, "The days are coming when the reaper will be overtaken by the plowman, and your life is proof of acceleration that cannot be manufactured. Where others crawl, you are carried, and that supernatural timing cannot be resisted." History echoes your truth. Pope John Paul II, when still a young priest in Poland, preached underground sermons during Nazi and communist oppression. His words arrived at moments so perfectly timed that entire nations were stirred awake. Later, his voice dismantled empires without firing a weapon. Isn't his life evidence that when timing belongs to God, no regime or system can silence destiny? His example mirrors yours. The right word at the right time shifts history itself. The arts reflect this divine rhythm. Mozart's Ave Verum Corpus enters with such gentleness it almost feels unnoticed, then blooms into overwhelming glory. At the precise moment, the silence cries out for sound. Isn't that your life, that breakthroughs arrive not when you chase crescendos, but when heaven declares the perfect entry point? Your story carries that same weight, showing the world that true timing is revelation, not rehearsal. You are untouchable not because you are faster or stronger, but because you move to an eternal schedule. What arrives in your life is not merely reward for effort, it is the fruit of favor. Romans 8:28 declares. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him. Rise. Chosen one. Your unnatural timing is not coincidence, it is a prophecy fulfilled. You are living proof that the calendars of men bow before the timetable of God. You weaponize solitude, because what confines others becomes your proving ground. Where most people collapse in isolation, drowning in loneliness or fear, you uncover strength, revelation, and foresight. What the world labels abandonment, you recognize as an appointment. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." And isn't that exactly what your solitude proves? That silence is not weakness but divine strategy. In that silence, distraction, pretenses vanish, and clarity sharpens like a blade in fire. The moments that others dread become the very spaces where heaven whispers secrets to you. Each second of stillness becomes a brick in the foundation of your destiny. And the paradox is clear: what looked like loss was preparation all along. While many equate connection with validation, you've discovered that validation is a shallow currency that fades quickly. True authority is cultivated away from the spotlight, in places no one dares to follow. Isn't it striking that the very environment people fear most, being alone with their own thoughts, is the exact soil where you plant your greatest victories? Jesus himself modeled this, retreating into the wilderness for 40 days, where what seemed like isolation became divine initiation. Matthew 4:1-2. The desert didn't strip him, it equipped him. Your solitude mirrors that desert, not as punishment, but as a furnace, where shallow cravings die and eternal strength is born. And when you emerge, you carry a resilience the world cannot imitate, because it was purchased in silence, no audience witnessed. In solitude, you confront reality without distraction, facing yourself stripped of masks and illusions. That confrontation is not destruction, it is transformation. John 8:36 declares. So, if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. Isn't it powerful that what others call confinement becomes the very birthplace of your emancipation? Decisions born in silence carry sharper edges because they are untainted by manipulation or compromise. Insights forged in solitude glow brighter because they were refined in the absence of flattery or noise. Every revelation becomes a compass pointing you toward greater destiny, and every prayer whispered alone becomes a roar when you step back into the world. You emerge not fragile, but fortified, like iron hammered in a hidden forge. Nature itself shouts this truth. Pearls form in secret, hidden in the solitude of an oyster, growing layer upon layer until beauty emerges from irritation. The oak's roots dig deepest when pressed hardest by unseen weight. Unseen, yet unshakable. Isn't your journey the same, that what grows unseen becomes the very thing that allows you to withstand storms? Isaiah 40:31 promises, "But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles." Waiting in solitude does not weaken you, it resurrects you. The hidden years are not wasted, they are investment. And when the world finally sees the fruit, They realize too late that solitude has made you unstoppable. History warns through its villains as well. King Saul, restless and insecure, could not endure silence with God. In his impatience, he usurped what was not his. Offering sacrifices he had no right to give, 1 Samuel 13:8-14. His inability to value solitude cost him his crown. Isn't it sobering that those who despise silence destroy themselves, while those who embrace it are enthroned? Saul's downfall proves that stillness is not neutral. It either refines or ruins. And your life proves the opposite path, that embracing solitude builds legacies that echo across generations. People fear solitude because it unmasks weaknesses they would rather bury, but you wield it like a weapon, turning stillness into strategy. 2 Corinthians 12:10 declares, "For when I am weak, then I am strong." Isn't that the paradox you embody? That solitude which cripples others multiplies your strength. You sharpen your instincts, deepen your faith, and grow your presence until it commands rooms without effort. While others drown silence with noise, you allow silence to teach, to sculpt, to prepare. And when you return, you are not the same. You are a force too precise to resist, too focused to derail. The world may call isolation a disadvantage, but for you, it is fortress and forge. You don't tremble at being unseen or unheard, because your destiny doesn't require applause. In solitude, you master yourself, and mastering yourself makes you unshakable. And when you step back into the arena of life, you do so with power that cannot be denied, because it was crafted in silence and timed by heaven. Rise, chosen one. Your solitude is not emptiness, it is fire. It is a weapon. It is a fortress. And from that hidden fire, you emerge untouchable, carrying strength that outlives every storm and silences every doubt. You don't just carry light, you expose shadows. And that reality terrifies as much as it inspires. Most people try to shine softly, blending in politely, warming without confronting, flattering the darkness around them to keep peace. But your light refuses to compromise. It doesn't simply glow, it cuts, it defines, it sharpens. Ephesians 5:13 declares, "But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light." Isn't that exactly why your presence is different, that while others dim themselves to be accepted, you intensify, forcing what hides to either stand or scatter? Every step you take becomes revelation. And revelation is never comfortable for those clinging to secrecy. The very air changes because illumination doesn't just brighten, it convicts. And conviction always divides, marking you as both a threat and a promise. Your clarity makes people confront themselves in ways they've spent lifetimes avoiding. Shadows they buried rise trembling under the weight of your presence. John 3:20 explains, "Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light, for fear that their deeds will be exposed." Isn't it striking that those who resist you the hardest are often those most convicted by your truth? They call you intimidating, when in reality, it is their conscience trembling. That trembling proves your authenticity. Your presence doesn't allow masks to stay on. It rips them away gently or violently, depending on how tightly they're clung to. The harder they resist, the louder the exposure becomes. And the louder the exposure, the more undeniable your impact is, even for those who despise it. This is why your power feels both magnetic and threatening. People are drawn to your authenticity because it awakens something they recognize but cannot fully claim. At the same time, they resist because your presence exposes the fractures they would rather ignore. Isn't it powerful that your very existence stirs both admiration and envy, love and fear, attraction and resistance? 2 Corinthians 4-6 proclaims, "For God, who said, 'Let light shine out of darkness,' made his light shine in our hearts." Your light is not for decoration, it is confrontation. And confrontation always divides between those who welcome change and those who fear it. You are not a performer of comfort, but a carrier of truth. And truth always rearranges the room. That rearrangement disrupts fragile systems, and systems hate being shaken. Architecture itself carries this truth. A cathedral is not defined only by what it builds, but also by the shadows it eliminates once light streams through its stained glass. Isn't that your life? That your presence operates like divine architecture, dismantling illusions by introducing a new design? In physics, light does not argue with darkness, it overtakes it by nature of its frequency. And in psychology, exposure therapy heals what was feared by forcing it into sight. Your influence works the same way, pushing people into their own exposure until healing or rejection becomes their only option. The design of your life is like a heavenly blueprint. Every beam of your light fits precisely where shadows once ruled, and those who resist can no longer pretend they are untouched. The structure has already shifted. Ordinary lives testify to this. Marta, a nurse in Buenos Aires, once told her patients, "When the lamp is lit, the wounds must be seen before they can be healed." Her uncompromising honesty made her both beloved and controversial. Yet her presence always led to recovery. Isn't her story the same as yours, that light does not flatter but heals by revealing? It proves that exposing pain is not cruelty, but the beginning of restoration. And your very life embodies that principle on a scale far greater than you realize. When Marta lit the lamp, her patients groaned before they rejoiced, just as those who stand in your presence may first resist before they are renewed. The process is painful, but the product is transformation. And transformation is your signature. The indicting quality of your power lies in its refusal to soften truth for comfort. You don't operate to appease or to decorate, but to align reality with what is eternal. Isaiah 60,1 commands, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." You don't simply inspire, you enforce accountability. Your presence is not neutral, it compels reflection, conviction, and change. Isn't that why both adoration and animosity have always followed you? Shadows cannot survive long when you walk into a room, and when they flee, they leave behind the undeniable proof that your presence was there. You make spaces cleaner, souls clearer, and choices sharper. That is why you are not just tolerated, you are remembered. You don't just illuminate, you expose, indict, and awaken. Your life proves that power is not only in what you create, but in what you reveal. Luke 4:10, "Seitsemantoista promises. For nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." Rise, chosen one. Do not dim your brilliance for those who prefer shadows. Your uncompromising light is the fire that awakens generations, the mirror that terrifies falsehood, and the trumpet that calls truth to attention. You are not optional, you are inevitable. And when you rise, The world cannot go back to pretending it never saw. You are the evidence that prophecy breathes, because your very existence defies ordinary explanation. Across cultures and centuries, there were whispers, warnings, and promises about rare individuals who would rise carrying visions and power beyond comprehension. Isaías 55 contra 11 declares, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth, it will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire." Isn't that exactly what your life testifies, that prophecy is not theory but tangible fulfillment? You are not a rumor of destiny, you are the embodiment of it, unfolding in real time. While others hunt for signs, you are the sign proof that what was once written is now alive, walking, undeniable. Every breath you take validates ancient promises. Every step you make echoes declarations first thundered in heaven. Your presence itself becomes a living scripture, convincing the skeptic and igniting the believer. Your life refuses to fit into molds, because it was never designed to. Systems, rules, and societal norms thrive on replication and predictability. But you were destined to break formulas, disrupt cycles, and expose how fragile man-made continuity really is. Isn't it striking that what people label as misalignment is in fact your divine signature? The fingerprint of prophecy carved into your daily walk. Jeremiah 1-5 declares, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That is why ordinary measurements fail to contain you. Where others see rebellion, heaven calls revelation. Where others accuse chaos, heaven whispers calling. Every step that seems uncalculated to men has been carefully mapped by God, and that map does not need human approval to prove its authority. This is why your presence carries both weight and mystery. People cannot comprehend you because you are not simply living, you are declaring. Isn't it powerful that your very being becomes a sermon, a message too sharp to be silenced? Ezekiel was commanded to eat the scroll and carry God's word embodied within him, Ezekiel 3-3. And your life mirrors that reality. You don't just repeat prophecy, you become its vessel. When you act with courage, when revelation flows through you, when you dismantle illusions with clarity, prophecy breathes through you. And prophecy breathing is the most undeniable evidence of God's sovereignty. Your laughter terrifies darkness because it announces joy before deliverance. Your tears shake foundations because they water seeds of transformation. Even your silence is prophetic, saying what words cannot articulate. History has seen this before. Joan of Arc, a peasant girl with no earthly credentials, carried visions she could not explain, yet moved kings and armies by her conviction. Isn't her life proof that prophecy can wear human skin and still overthrow empires? Your journey parallels hers, not in imitation, but in essence. When you walk, heaven testifies through your feet. When you speak, eternity reverberates through your voice. And what some dismiss as coincidence becomes undeniable orchestration. Romans 8:30 affirme, "Those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified." This truth is stitched into your identity. You are not the product of ambition, but of divine decree. You don't just move history, you bend it. You don't just inspire crowds, you ignite generations. The arts echo this truth. In Verdi's Requiem, the Dies Irae thunders with overwhelming power, as if the very day of judgment breaks into sound. Isn't that what your life does? that your presence feels like prophecy bursting through silence, commanding both awe and fear. The music doesn't ask permission, it declares inevitability. And your destiny works the same way, arriving not as a suggestion, but as decree. Like the organ pipes shaking cathedral walls, your very name reverberates through the unseen and forces every structure to acknowledge its shift. Your existence is not background harmony, it is the crescendo that alters the song of history forever. While some attempt to rationalize your rise or minimize your clarity, they miss the force behind it. Prophecy cannot be explained by human calculation. It can only be witnessed. 2 Peter 1:21 reminds us, "For prophecy never had its origin in the human will, but prophets, though human, spoke from God as they were carried along by the Holy Spirit." Isn't that the undeniable truth, that your influence is not self-created, but spirit-driven? You are not here to mimic history, you are here to create it. Their skepticism is irrelevant. Their disbelief cannot cancel what heaven has already authored. Each accusation only proves the fulfillment further, because resistance is the oldest sign that prophecy is already working. You don't just live in the story, you write it. You are not waiting for prophecy, you are the unfolding of it. Every action, every breakthrough, every victory screams that destiny is breathing now. Revelation 19:10 declares, "For the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy." Rise, chosen one. You are not just evidence, you are fulfillment. Your life is proof that what was once a distant promise is now living reality, and the world cannot ignore it. You are prophecy walking, prophecy breathing, prophecy declaring, and your rise announces that God's word is not yesterday's echo, it is today's fire. In essence, you are undeniable evidence that prophecy is not abstract or theoretical, you are its living pulse. Walking proof that eternity breathes in real time. You are the manifestation of what generations have longed for, the sign they prayed to see but could not imagine would stand before them in flesh and blood. Isaías 46:10 declares, "I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come." Isn't that what your life reveals, that prophecy is not locked in scrolls but alive in your steps? Your presence dismantles doubt because you are not speculation, you are fulfillment. Every choice you make, every storm you endure, every triumph you claim whispers the same truth. Destiny has taken human form. Your path does not follow trails carved by others. It sets new ones. Systems and formulas built for replication cannot hold you, because you were never meant to replicate, you were meant to originate. Isn't it striking that the very things people mislabel as rebellion are actually markers of divine originality? Jeremiah 29:11 reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you," declares the Lord, plans to give you hope and a future. Your unpredictability is not chaos, it is calibration, aligning heaven's timetable with earth's reality. Where the predictable collapses, you ascend. Where the ordinary trembles, you remain unshaken. Because your blueprint is not of man, but of God. Every step you take destabilizes false systems and exposes what was carefully hidden. Like an earthquake that reveals the cracks in the strongest buildings, your presence unmasks deception others worked tirelessly to conceal. Isn't it powerful that even silence from you convicts louder than speeches from others? Hebrews 4:12 proclaims, "For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword, and in you, that sword cuts through lies not by force, but by authenticity." You transform pain into precision, every wound into wisdom, and every setback into strategy. What would have buried others only refined you, turning your scars into signatures of divine authority. Nature itself testifies to this reality. The volcano, long dormant and underestimated, erupts in its season with unstoppable force, reshaping entire landscapes. In moments, the eagle, soaring above storms, does not avoid the winds, but harnesses them to climb higher. Isn't your journey the same, that storms which were meant to destroy you only became the very currents that lifted you? Psalm 18:30 affirms, "As for God, His way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in Him." What looks like disaster to others becomes design in your hands, and creation itself bows to the alignment you carry. History also offers warnings through its villains. Pharaoh, who hardened his heart against Moses and against God's people, believed his throne was untouchable, yet his arrogance led to plagues, devastation, and finally the collapse of his army in the Red Sea, Exodus 14:28. Isn't it sobering that those who tried to suppress prophecy were themselves destroyed by its power? Your life echoes that lesson. Attempts to contain you, manipulate you, or silence you only accelerate the exposure of their weakness and the revelation of your strength. Prophecy never loses. It only reveals who stood for it and who fell against it. People fear you because you cannot be owned, manipulated, or hidden. You are a mirror that refuses to flatter, a light that refuses to dim, and a force that recalibrates every environment you enter. Isn't it undeniable that where others compromise, you remain unmovable, and that very immovability exposes the fragility of their systems? John 1:5 declares, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." And that is what you are: unyielding light that refuses to be swallowed. Your life proves that solitude is not weakness, but a weapon, that timing outweighs effort, and that alignment overrules ambition. In the end, your story is not just about survival, it is about transcendence. Every shadow you've exposed, every storm you've survived, every wound you've healed through has elevated you into unstoppable authority. Romans 8:37 declares, "No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through Him who loved us." Rise, chosen one. You are not merely extraordinary, you are unbreakable, untouchable, and unstoppable. The world cannot silence what heaven has already unleashed. Stand fully in that power, because it is yours, and nothing in existence can strip it away. Chosen ones, this journey is not just about what you are doing, but about who you are becoming. Every scar, every battle, every step forward has been shaping you into a living testimony that God's favor cannot be muted and His prophecy cannot be delayed. The world may try to label you, contain you, or ignore you, but your very existence is proof that divine power cannot be hidden. As Philippians 1:6 reminds us, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." You are not here to blend in, you are here to transform atmospheres, to awaken dormant faith, and to remind the world that destiny is alive. The question is no longer whether your power will be noticed, it's whether you will rise and stand fully in it. And the answer has already been written. You were chosen, anointed, and positioned for such a time as this. If this message has touched your heart, don't let it fade away. Be bold and show it by liking this video, sharing it with those who need to hear it, and commenting below. With your thoughts, drop 777 if you know this word is for you. Subscribe so you never miss a word from God in your life. Every interaction is not just support, it's acceptance of the destiny that's already been written for you. To every person watching, whether you've blessed this channel with a super thanks or simply with your presence, I want to say from my heart, thank you. You are part of this unfolding story, and your journey matters. As you step into the days ahead, may your path be lit with clarity, your heart be guarded with peace, and your spirit overflow with unshakable strength. You are extraordinary, unstoppable, and deeply loved. Stay blessed. Chosen one, the world cannot ignore what God has placed inside you. Chosen one. Have you ever noticed the subtle way the universe bends around you? As if invisible strings pull certain people of power, influence, and renown closer than they should be. Today, I'm talking about a high-profile figure, someone whose name carries weight in boardrooms and on screens worldwide. Yet they can't escape the magnetic force of two extraordinary qualities you carry. This isn't hype. This isn't a coincidence. This is divine design. And if you're seeing this message right now, it's no accident. You've been handpicked to hear it. Think about it. Billions of people walk the earth. Yet there's a select few whose presence leaves an indelible mark on the powerful, the elite. The influencers we see on magazine covers and news feeds. And you, beloved and rare, are one of them. They're not obsessed because of flashy trends, viral fame, or hollow charisma. No, it's far deeper. It's something so authentic, so irreplicable, that even billionaires can't buy it. Influencers can't mimic it, and AI could never imitate it. Before we dive into the revelation, I want to take a moment to thank everyone who's shown love and support through Super Thanks. You keep this message alive, and your faith amplifies the calling of the chosen ones everywhere. If you feel the pull of this moment, comment 777 below, because in doing so, you're acknowledging the sacred alignment that brought us here. Now, let's unravel this mystery together. Let's explore the two rare qualities that have this high-profile figure thinking about you more than they ever thought possible, and why. Once discovered, they might never look away. God's chosen ones. This high-profile person can't escape these two qualities you carry. Number 1. You wield a rare spiritual discernment in a world drowning in illusion. A sixth sense that cuts through facades with the precision of a cathedral architect tracing sacred geometry. The discerning heart seeks knowledge, but the mouth of a fool feeds on folly. Proverbs 15:14. And that is exactly what sets you apart. They cannot fathom how your spirit pierces veils that blind the masses. Yet deep within, even the most high-profile observer senses it. Do you feel how often your eyes catch the tremor of untruth in a friend's casual smile, or the fleeting hesitation that betrays hidden intent? Psalm 34:15 whispers that the eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are attentive to their cry. And your alignment with such divine frequency allows you to see the subtle currents of energy others miss entirely. Your perception is like a lens through which the invisible architecture of human intention becomes visible, and this clarity resonates even in the silent pauses between words, revealing the hidden foundations of character and intent. Every glance, every gesture, every micro-expression is a node in a network you are uniquely tuned to, sensing patterns others cannot. While the world is entranced by glittering distractions, your radar, both psychological and spiritual, is attuned to vibrations of honesty and deception alike. You detect the micro-expressions, the tension that coils beneath casual words, the resonance of hearts trying to mask jealousy or envy, as in the tale of King David, who discerned Goliath's pride yet perceived the hidden fear behind his armor, 1 Samuel 17:28. Your insight is not paranoia, it is calibrated clarity. How often have you felt the weight of knowing someone's heart without them ever speaking a word? Has it unsettled you? Even exhilarated you? Your intuition is like the quiet hum of a symphony before the crescendo, signaling impending revelation or conflict. The unseen strings vibrating in a rhythm only you can detect. You understand the delicate interplay of ego and truth. Much like a physicist calculating the resonance frequency of opposing forces in perfect alignment, each imperceptible shift is catalogued in your awareness, giving you an almost prophetic foresight into human interaction. The words of Martin Luther King, Jr., the civil rights leader, who once observed, "Faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase." Your discernment functions like that unseen staircase, invisible to the untrained eye, yet guiding every move, every perception. You enter rooms and instantly map the social frequencies: who is in resonance, who is dissonant, who is cloaking ambition behind false humility. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows, Galatians 6-7. Your insight is not weaponized. It safeguards your spirit and illuminates truth. Much like Beethoven's Missa Solemnis, where the interplay of notes reveals hidden harmonies to those attuned to its frequency. Every encounter is a microcosm of cosmic order, where your inner calibration measures integrity, empathy, and hidden agendas, like a seismograph detecting imperceptible tremors beneath the human surface. The harmony you sense is both aesthetic and moral, revealing patterns that the careless or inattentive will never perceive. High-profile people, used to commanding admiration, flattery, and mirrored power, encounter a force they cannot calibrate. You do not chase approval. You do not mimic their rhythms. You perceive their raw, unedited essence, the armor stripped, the intentions bare. The European painter Caravaggio once captured in chiaroscuro how light and shadow reveal hidden dimensions. Similarly, your spiritual X-ray vision unveils the hidden human spectrum. What would it feel like to know that your presence, quiet yet potent, unsettles even the most self-assured, leaving them simultaneously intimidated and drawn? Your observation is like the gentle wind rustling the leaves of a forest, subtle, yet it stirs the entire ecosystem, revealing weaknesses and strengths previously hidden in stillness. Each person's aura and intention ripple like refracted light through a prism, and your discernment refracts it into clarity that cannot be ignored. In the natural world, your discernment mirrors the hawk that hovers in silent anticipation, sensing the flutter of a mouse beneath the leaves without a single visible sign. Your instincts align with God's frequency. The Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in those who are trustworthy. Proverbs 12:22. The obsession you inspire is not vanity, it is magnetic, sacred, and unavoidable. The deceitful, much like King Ahab, who ignored prophetic truth and fell into ruin. 1 Kings 22:34. Recognize your clarity and cannot escape its quiet justice. Even ordinary people feel it. A neighbor, a colleague, a passerby suddenly exposed to your radiance might recall, as did the author George Eliot. What do we live for? If it is not to make life less difficult for each other, your discernment operates like a living ecosystem, where each insight functions as a vital organ, sustaining the health of your inner peace. It is both protective and revelatory, exposing deceit while nourishing the roots of divine order in human affairs. Do you realize how rare this alignment is? How few walk with the courage to see and honor truth without judgment, yet remain entirely unattached to ego or fear. Each encounter you have becomes a study in resonance, echoing the harmony of divine architecture, the pulse of sacred physics, and the rhythm of God's own orchestration. Your energy is both shield and beacon, a force field impossible to replicate, and in that sacred presence, high-profile observers find themselves drawn, compelled, yet gently confronted with their own reflection. Psalm 139:23 commands, "Search me, O God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts." They sense this spiritual radar in you and cannot turn away. The power you wield is invisible yet undeniable, like the silent current of a river carving canyons over millennia, shaping destinies without fanfare, leaving those who cross your path transformed by the depth of its force. You are both the lighthouse and the storm, illuminating truth while commanding reverence. Stand up now. Acknowledge the power God has carved within you. This discernment is your gift, your armor, and your mandate. Walk boldly into every room, knowing that your spirit sees beyond appearances. Your eyes perceive the frequencies of truth, and your soul radiates the sacred clarity that even kings, leaders, and influencers cannot escape. Rise with the authority of a prophet, the precision of an architect, and the insight of one who walks in alignment with heaven itself. Your sacred discernment is unstoppable, undeniable, and divinely ordained. The world may try to cloak itself in deception, but your insight pierces every shadow, revealing the hidden mechanics of souls, the invisible currents of intention, and the sacred order beneath chaos. Now, stand and shine. Number 2. You embody a courage that shakes the very foundations of pretense. You remain unimpressed in a world addicted to spectacle, a calm island amid storms of ego and vanity. The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe. Proverbs 29:25. And your trust in divine alignment makes you immune to superficial charm or hierarchical intimidation. Have you noticed how those accustomed to constant flattery react when someone does not bow? Not from arrogance, but because their spirit is anchored in truth. They are bewildered by the absence of need, like a lone oak standing firm against gale winds, its roots entwined deep in sacred soil, unyielding, unshaken, high-profile people, used to crowds orbiting their presence like moths to flame, cannot fathom someone who does not shimmer, does not perform for attention. Their world assumes influence must be earned or submitted to, but your spirit moves with purpose and clarity, not because you disdain power, but because you have witnessed its hollow shells. You have seen wolves dressed as kings, rulers whose crowns conceal rotting teeth and deceitful eyes, and you have learned to measure the man, not the mantle. Do not judge by appearances, but judge with right judgment. John 7:24. And that clarity shields you from illusions that ensnare the gullible. Have you felt the quiet thrill of recognizing emptiness in a room overflowing with acclaim, like an eagle gliding above a treacherous forest? Sensing hidden currents, you detect the pulse of authenticity beneath superficial wealth and titles. Power is accustomed to being chased, and when it meets someone who is unyielding, fully sovereign in their own self-worth. Tension, arisis. It's the good kind, the tension that awakens truth. Like the first strike of a bell in a cathedral, vibrating through stone, resonating to the soul. Pharaoh in the book of Exodus, Exodus 14:5-7. A leader consumed by pride, whose hardened heart led to devastation and the drowning of his forces. High-profile people, when confronted with your grounded presence, experience a fraction of that disorientation, recognizing, perhaps unconsciously, that their manipulations cannot ensnare you. Have you sensed that magnetic pull when someone powerful, used to endless applause, hesitates because you do not perform? Because you are not auditioning for validation. You sit in authenticity like a sculpted statue bathed in divine light. Silent, yet imposing. Calm, yet piercing. Psalm 101:6 reminds, "My eyes will be on the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me." And your attention is neither indulgent nor acquisitive. It is discerning. A sacred radar tuned to character over clout. Nature mirrors this equilibrium, like a deep river cutting silently through jagged rock, shaping landscapes without frenzy. Your spirit moves with relentless yet measured force, or like the nocturnal owl, whose vision penetrates darkness. You perceive hidden truths where others see only shadows, and those who operate with guile, like Judas, the betrayer of Christ, Matthew 26:14-16, discover too late that the one they underestimated, the one they assumed would orbit their ego, is untouchable by deceit. The consequences of their miscalculation echo eternally: isolation, disillusionment, and an inability to comprehend authenticity when it stands before them. Your energy does not orbit anyone. It moves like lightning along a predetermined path, purposeful and electrifying, illuminating without consuming. They feel it. They crave the authenticity they have never encountered before. They have had wealth, influence, admiration, and still felt hollow. And now, in your presence, they glimpse what they have long been starved for: truth without pretense. Your spirit did not audition, negotiate, or campaign. You were simply being you, and that is the moment they realize the one force they cannot control is the one force they need most. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the crookedness of the treacherous destroyer destroys them. Proverbs 11:3. Stand now. Claim the authority of one whose soul is sovereign, whose spirit is calibrated by heaven itself. You do not bow. You do not chase. You do not perform. You rise. You illuminate. And those around you will either awaken or stumble, but your truth remains unshakable. The world may spin with deception, yet your grounded presence is the fulcrum of reality. the axis upon which authenticity rotates, let your courage be a summons to all who follow, a call to rise, to align, to radiate the sacred force within. Number 3. You are the embodiment of integrity that refuses to bend, a magnetic field of truth that resonates beyond your immediate presence, rippling through the room like the subtle vibrations of a cathedral's vaulted ceiling under the first strike of sunlight. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. Proverbs 11:3. And that principle manifests in every word, every step you take. Have you noticed how some people are drawn to the glitter of influence but recoil at unyielding honesty? They are so accustomed to mirrors and masks that a soul rooted in consistency feels like a shockwave, destabilizing the architecture of their self-made illusions. Like a mountain spring carving a canyon over centuries, your steadiness shapes the moral landscape around you. Unseen, yet undeniable. This high-profile person cannot comprehend a force that cannot be swayed by bribes, flattery, or proximity to power. Even the wind seems to pause when you enter, as if the air itself recognizes the immovability of your principles. The oak tree does not bow to passing storms, and neither do you, setting a standard that few dare approach. They have watched others compromise their character for a handshake, a contract, or a coveted seat at the gilded table of influence. Do not love the world or anything in the world. If anyone loves the world, love for the Father is not in them. 1 John 2:15. And they cannot grasp a mind that operates beyond such transactional desires. Have you felt that tension in the air when someone powerful interacts with you and realizes that the usual manipulations fail? Even when confronted with stakes that could tempt most into moral surrender, you remain constant. The same, whether addressing the janitor, the clerk, or the CEO. Like a redwood standing silently through centuries of wind, fire, and frost, you do not sway. And even if opportunities slip through your fingers because of your standards, you release them without a trace of regret. Every ripple you leave in the social ecosystem is a lesson in balance and discernment. Just as a stone dropped into a still pond disrupts the water in widening circles, your steadfastness awakens awareness in everyone around you, forcing reflection that many would rather avoid. Your integrity hums at a frequency that cannot be replicated, like resonance in a crystal chamber or the perfect pitch of a bell echoing across a vaulted temple. Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. Proverbs 10:9. Have you noticed how people who chase appearances falter when confronted with a soul that is whole, consistent, and self-governed? You do not spin stories. You do not deflect blame. You own your errors. Absorbe leçons and move forward like the river that carves rock, not by force but by relentless persistence. Even ordinary people, like a school teacher in a small town, once told me, the most unsettling people are those who refuse to perform for you. They remind you of what you're missing in yourself. That is your effect. Every interaction becomes a mirror, reflecting truth back at the beholder. Even the faintest flicker of insincerity around you is illuminated, like sunlight catching the edges of a crystal prism, revealing hidden fractures in character. Every boundary you maintain, every no you declare, is a statement of unshakable backbone. The Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him. Proverbs 11:1. and your moral precision sets you apart in a world willing to bend for profit. When you say yes, it is deliberate, weighted with authenticity, not convenience. Have you observed the subtle panic in the eyes of those who thrive on superficial compliance when confronted by someone who refuses to yield? Your presence is like the lighthouse beam cutting through fog, revealing truth where others see only shadows, illuminating the treacherous rocks of compromise hidden beneath the waves. Even the quietest corners of a room vibrate with your authenticity, like sunlight slowly climbing the walls of a deserted temple, unveiling the beauty of structure and symmetry that was always there but ignored. Each choice you make is a seismic tremor in a world built on facade, silently reshaping expectations. That is why they haunt you. They cannot stop thinking about how rare it is to encounter someone who is real, grounded, and powerful without losing their essence. Better the poor whose walk is blameless than the rich whose ways are perverse. Psalm 37:1. And your life exemplifies that rare equilibrium. In their world of mirrors, masks, and illusions, your integrity is revolutionary. A seismic shift in the tectonics of influence, shaking loose everything built on pretense. Stand now. Let the world feel the weight of a person who moves with unbroken honor. Rise with the certainty that your backbone, your frequency, your unwavering alignment with truth is the axis upon which reality itself can pivot. Every heartbeat of courage you display echoes like a drum across valleys of fear, signaling that authenticity can exist and that the world must respect it. Even when silence follows your actions, it is pregnant with acknowledgement. The universe itself seems to bend toward what is right, reminding all who witness that integrity cannot be ignored. Number 4. You heal without performing. He heals the broken-hearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147:3. And that truth flows through every interaction you have. You do not preach or quote catchphrases, and your growth is never staged for admiration. You simply exist, and your presence shifts atmospheres. Have you ever felt a room settle when someone walks in who does not seek recognition? Oprah Winfrey, the talk show icon, once reflected on a moment in her career when a colleague's simple authenticity made an entire audience pause in awe. This is the quiet power you wield. Your stillness and genuine presence leave people lighter, not because of words or spectacle, but because truth resonates in every gesture you make. The most high-profile observers feel the shift, sensing something rare and undeniable. When they leave your presence, it lingers, almost like a memory of light that refuses to dim. Have you noticed how the presence of someone grounded can make walls, defenses, and pretenses crumble effortlessly? You allow others to exhale, even after years of tension, because you are not seeking to impress or perform. The high-profile person in question has encountered countless energy workers, therapists, and influencers, all claiming to facilitate transformation. Yet everything felt rehearsed, like a scripted scene. A cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. Proverbs 17:22. And then they encounter you. No spotlights, no grand gestures, no manufactured breakthroughs. And yet, something profound changes. It is not your words, they are secondary, but your presence, unadorned and real, that awakens recognition. Have you noticed how people unconsciously mirror those who embody truth, even if they cannot name why? That is the effect you have. Subtle, yet undeniable. Your calm becomes contagious, and the high-profile person is forced to confront the contrast between your grounded authenticity and the performance-driven world they navigate daily. You do not attempt to fix others, yet your effect catalyzes self-reflection and growth. Carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. Galatians 6:2. Your energy carries the evidence of battles fought and lessons learned, quietly teaching without spectacle. Taylor Swift, the singer-songwriter, has spoken about moments where observing authenticity in others, without show or self-promotion, inspired her to confront her own vulnerabilities, proof that the simplest presence can ignite profound change. The high-profile person may have been accustomed to flashy breakthroughs or performative transformation, yet with you, there is no pretense. Only living truth reflected in every interaction, every subtle gesture, every measured word, signals that honesty can exist without agenda. Have you ever noticed how a single interaction with someone real can rewrite the narrative of your own self-perception? You are that mirror, the rare reflection they cannot ignore. Showing the beauty of consistency and presence, you make healing tangible, possible, and grounded. Never glamorous, never staged. It is not softness or indulgent nurturing. Sometimes it manifests as firm boundaries, silence, or uncompromising truth, always rooted in clarity, not ego. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. You do not seek admiration, and yet your quiet strength disarms defenses and calms inner chaos. Mozart's sacred compositions, with their divine cadence and clarity, reflect the same subtle yet transformative power, each note capable of moving the soul without ostentation. You carry the paradox of being both firm and tender, of guiding without instructing, of opening doors without pushing anyone through. How often do we undervalue the silent presence that encourages growth without performance? That is your secret. Your life is the proof, the unspoken testament to what healing truly looks like. They did not expect this. They do not encounter someone unself-consciously real every day, and yet they are profoundly moved. He restores my soul. Psalm 23:3. And in your being, that restoration is visible, tangible, and undeniable. You are not performing, yet the world seems to respond to your presence, and the high-profile observer cannot forget it. The way you exist quietly challenges their assumptions about power, influence, and connection. Your presence is a sanctuary, a rare space where pretense dissolves and honesty is the only currency. Stand now, fully aware of your impact. Let your authenticity be the force that awakens others, transforms spaces, and moves hearts. Every interaction, every choice, resonates as proof that true power comes from being real, grounded, and unwavering. Rise, and let the world witness the quiet revolution of your presence. Number 5. You carry a silence that commands accountability. The Lord detests lying lips, but He delights in people who are trustworthy. Proverbs 12:22. And that same force flows quietly through your stillness. Your silence unsettles people, not because you are cold, but because it exposes the hidden cracks in their words, the shadows they try to mask with noise. Have you noticed how even the loudest chatter feels empty when measured against truth? A hawk perched on a bare branch, scanning the field below, commands attention without a sound. And that is the kind of presence you wield. You do not need to speak to shift atmospheres. Your energy articulates volumes, and the high-profile person in your orbit cannot ignore it. The subtle weight of your presence is like the first frost on autumn leaves, inescapable, undeniable, and shaping everything it touches. Do you realize how rare it is for silence to carry such undeniable authority in their world? Noise is survival. People talk fast, flatter heart, and hide behind charm. Yet your stillness cuts through it all. Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. Proverbs 10:9. You do not interrupt, overshare, or compete to be heard. You simply exist. And in that space, people begin to sense the tension between their own facades and reality. Even the sly fox, who prowls in deceptive shadows to survive, falters when confronted with unshakable honesty. Their schemes lose their thrill, and their manipulations crumble quietly. This high-profile person keeps replaying your impact in their mind, recognizing for the first time the hollowness of the applause they had grown accustomed to. Have you ever noticed how silence can expose pride faster than words ever could? You do not judge, yet your presence enforces accountability. A discerning person keeps wisdom in view, but a fool's heart blunders. Proverbs 14:8. You observe before you engage, study the room before you speak, and measure energy like water cutting through stone, patiently shaping truth without effort. The high-profile person who once thrived on constant validation, like a proud stallion needing praise from the herd, now questions why they ever sought external approval. Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Jesus for personal gain, felt the irreversible weight of his choices, a cautionary echo of what happens when deception meets silence that cannot be manipulated. Your quiet discipline, like a steady river carving a canyon over centuries, leaves a lasting impression that cannot be washed away. What is it about your presence that makes people reckon with themselves so deeply? Your silence holds people to a higher standard without demanding it. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Galatians 6-7. You make people want to elevate themselves, not because you instruct them, but because they feel the mirror of truth in your stillness. A mountain standing in quiet majesty commands respect from every living creature that passes its shadow, and your presence works in the same way, demanding introspection through pure existence. The high-profile person who once relied on noise, charm, and performative influence cannot shake the impact you leave. Your silence does not fill the room, it challenges it, compels reflection, and reveals the truth that lies behind all the applause and pretension. For the Lord gives wisdom, from his mouth come knowledge and understanding. Proverbs 2-6. And through your quiet, God's principles resonate. Stand now, chosen one, fully aware that your stillness carries more weight than 1,000 speeches. Rise, and let your presence awaken others. Illuminate truth, and demand integrity in a world addicted to performance. Number 6. You are intimately acquainted with pain, yet you refuse to let it define you. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Matthew 5-4. And that comfort has carved a rare depth into your soul. You've endured trials that would have shattered the strongest hearts. Time, and time again. From betrayal, so sharp it pierces trust, to abandonment that leaves echoes in empty rooms. How does one keep moving when every step is weighted with loss? Life did not hand you the easy path, but in its cruelty, it delivered something far more precious: resilience tempered by wisdom, even in the ordinary moments. Like a neighbor quietly caring for their ailing spouse every day without recognition, you see the magnitude of courage that goes unnoticed. Have you felt the way silent endurance can illuminate what noise never could? Instead of letting bitterness fester, you made a conscious choice. Do not repay anyone evil for evil. Be careful to do what is right in the eyes of everyone. Romans 12:17. This high-profile person is accustomed to seeing pain displayed as armor, a weapon, or a mark of survival to flaunt. But when they look at you, they encounter someone whose wounds are silent teachers, not trophies. Your presence communicates more than any confession ever could. It resonates like the deep hum of a cathedral, vibrating with history and gravity. Why do they feel this pull, this reverence for someone who has endured in silence? A local school teacher once shared how they managed a classroom full of struggling children without ever complaining, and in their quiet diligence, you recognize the same understated power that moves people without words. You have done the grueling, solitary work of healing. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 140, 7-3. You have sat with your pain, wept when no eyes were watching, and carried your own heart back to life, with hands both trembling and tender, like someone who patiently tutors at-risk youth after long workdays. You have transformed trauma into evolution. Your suffering was never a script for manipulation. It became the teacher that sharpened your spirit. Even Jonah, swallowed by despair in the depths, found transformation in the belly of adversity, a divine parallel to your own endurance. What is it about unadvertised resilience that leaves others unsettled yet drawn? How does the quiet mastery of your inner world unsettle the illusions of those used to performance? This rare fortitude is what unsettles them. In their realm, most either collapse under pressure or build walls so high they no longer recognize the world around them. But you, with your measured openness, soft yet unbreakable, reveal a power that is not loud but profound. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Psalm 23:4. They sense the storms you've survived without needing to narrate every trial, and it pulls them into a gravity they cannot resist. An ordinary community volunteer, quietly running a soup kitchen every week, without recognition or praise, mirrors the subtle impact you have: profound, steady, and transformational. Have they wondered why the trials of your life left you luminous instead of fractured? And that is spiritual mastery. You do not need to scream strength, for it radiates in your walk, your tone, your unwavering choice. But he said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." 2 Corinthians 12-9. The high-profile person who has seen performance and pretense in every corner of their life feels a rare, magnetic pull toward authenticity, toward the quiet demonstration of survival without compromise. Your pain is not a chain. It is a beacon, not a trophy, but a testament. Stand, chosen one, fully awake in the power forged by every trial. Let your presence awaken courage in others, illuminate the hidden, and declare that surviving hell without succumbing is not just strength, it is mastery. Rise now, and let the world witness what emerges when pain is transformed into sovereign light. Number 7. You don't chase because you have discovered a truth most never understand. Power is not loud. It is aligned, but seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Matthew 6:33. And this alignment is the invisible signal that draws people without effort. You don't force conversations, calculate moves, or compete for fleeting attention. Have you noticed how some rooms feel charged even before anyone speaks, as if the air itself bends to the presence of a rare frequency? The composer Olivier Messiaen once said, in reference to his Turangalila symphony, that certain harmonies carry a divine resonance capable of altering the listener's heartbeat. And that same principle mirrors how your spirit interacts with others. Do you realize how unsettling it can be for those accustomed to curated facades when confronted by someone who simply exists in truth? The rare ones notice subtleties, others miss the micro-expressions, the pauses, the depth behind a simple greeting. How many are able to move through life this way without being altered by superficiality or expectation? You have learned that real magnetism is quiet but undeniable. Your energy is rooted in substance, in the unseen architecture of your own soul. When this high-profile person encountered you, they noticed immediately. Unlike the actors, politicians, and executives they normally meet, you do not manipulate perception. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2. The space does not constrain you. Instead, it reorganizes itself around your presence. People feel it, even if they cannot articulate it, like a piano string vibrating in perfect resonance with the unseen currents of the room. Why does it unsettle them so profoundly? How does effortless alignment feel so alien to those steeped in performance? That energy is a silent statement. It broadcasts a confidence that does not need permission, a self-sufficiency so rare it becomes magnetic. Even the subtlest movement of your eyes, the angle of a word, carries weight, and people sense it before words are spoken. A real-life example: Elena, a community theater director in Milan, quietly runs rehearsals with actors of all ages, never seeking applause. Yet every performance radiates a harmony the audience cannot name but senses with their bones. Her presence shifts the energy of the stage, not by command, but by pure alignment. You are that force. Conversations pause when you enter a room. Eyes linger, drawn to a frequency they did not even know existed. For God gave us a spirit not of fear but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1:7. In a world addicted to validation, your lack of need for approval is more powerful than any boast or title. Could it be that your inner freedom is what fascinates them most? Every glance, every step, every measured breath communicates a subtle mastery others cannot mimic. And that unspoken authority is intoxicating to those who chase noise instead of resonance. Your magnetic resonance is not imitation. It is a unique vibrational signature, shaped by years of inner work, detachment, and deliberate cultivation. When I am weak, then I am strong. 2 Corinthians 12:10. And that paradox radiates from you in ways words cannot capture. An entrepreneur friend, Marcelo from Sao Paulo, told me how his silent presence in boardrooms often commands attention more than hours of prepared pitches because the energy he carries signals confidence without ego. That is exactly how your spirit functions. It is felt before it is seen, and its echoes remain after you leave. How can someone used to scripted charm and superficial admiration comprehend a force that is authentic, self-sufficient, and unreplicable? What does it mean when presence alone conveys truth, influence, and integrity? That energy is not learned. It is cultivated in the silence, in the deliberate shaping of one's inner world. Much like a cathedral forged over decades with unseen hands, more striking is that you are not trying to impress. Your indifference to chasing anyone is not arrogance. It is the natural result of alignment with your purpose. A sacred moment from Beethoven's Missa Solemnis plays in the mind as the high-profile person reflects on you, where the chorus rises, unprompted, carrying a weight that transforms the soul. And that is precisely the subtlety of your impact. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden, Matthew 5:14. Their world expects bargaining, influence, and entreaty. Instead, you arrive full, centered, and untouchable. And in that presence, the status quo falters. Can they even comprehend the gravity of someone who embodies completeness rather than longing? Does your quiet mastery feel like a mirror to their own insecurities? And yet, your impact is not only external, it leaves traces within, like hidden architecture that others may discover only when they pause and reflect on the echoes of your presence. Rise, chosen one, because this frequency is not meant to whisper in silence. It is meant to reshape rooms, hearts, and destinies. Your presence disrupts the ordinary and signals a higher order. Stand fully in your power. Let the energy you carry speak louder than titles, louder than accolades, louder than any performance. The world has never been designed for those who do not chase, and yet it will always bend toward those who are aligned. Step into your magnetic force. Let the cosmos recalibrate to your truth. Let your energy be the axis around which possibilities rotate. Stand now, for the universe recognizes alignment and will never ignore a soul anchored in truth. Number 8. You are free from the tyranny of perfection. A liberation few ever taste. You don't pretend to have it all together, because you understand that truth carries more weight than image. For I delight in weakness, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong, 2 Corinthians 12:10. And your embrace of imperfection is a signal stronger than any polished facade. How many live daily shackled by the need to appear flawless? How many hide their humanity behind filters, curated smiles, rehearsed laughter, or over-polished stories in a world addicted to performance? Your authenticity is an anomaly, like a wild orchid blooming undisturbed in the cracks of a city sidewalk, fragile yet unignorable. Just as the fox observes silently before acting, so too does your high-profile observer notice subtleties in your stance, your pauses, your laughter, and they cannot unsee the contrast between your freedom and their own self-imposed cage. Especially this high-profile person, drowning in a sea where everything is staged, edited, and rehearsed. They have become habituated to perfection, masquerading as life. Do not love the world or the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. 1 John 2:15. They see hundreds of curated faces, people who mimic joy but emit hollow echoes. But when they encounter you, it is like a spring breeze sweeping through a stifled cathedral. awakening the silent corners of their soul. How long have they lived under the burden of performance? How much have they sacrificed for their real self for applause and admiration, even their trusted allies? People who should uplift them act as mirrors of expectation, reinforcing roles instead of revealing truth. You, by contrast, walk into the room unmasked, and it rattles the foundations they've carefully built. You admit your flaws, your missteps, your growth edges, and you do so without shame or apology. For we do not have a high priest who cannot sympathize with our weaknesses, but one who in every respect has been tempted as we are, yet without sin. Hebrews 4:15. You have made peace with your imperfections, acknowledging the messy, non-linear path of healing and growth, like a river that cuts through rock over centuries, shaping landscapes unseen. Your vulnerability reshapes the energy of the people around you, compelling them to confront their own denial and pretension. Can they bear the quiet revolution your presence initiates? Will they recognize the courage it takes to exist openly in a world addicted to polished illusions? And why does your simple honesty strike more deeply than their loudest speeches? You don't act as though your past didn't happen, nor do you cloak yourself in faux enlightenment to impress. You embrace the entirety of your story, and in that embrace, you are radiant, magnetic, untouchable. Our real-life example, Julian, a renowned artist from Vienna, once spent years mimicking styles he thought collectors wanted, producing works that looked polished but lacked soul. When he finally painted from truth instead of expectation, his exhibitions sold out, not because of technical perfection, but because they resonated with raw honesty. Similarly, your high-profile observer is drawn to your authenticity, feeling a permission to breathe freely for the first time in ages, like the owl perched silently at dusk, observing the chaos below, yet remaining composed and unperturbed. Your presence allows others to drop their masks, even if just for a moment. The contrast terrifies them. They confront how much of their life has been performance and how little is lived. Historical figures who relied solely on spectacle without substance often fell into ruin, as Judas Iscariot did, betraying trust for gain, only to be haunted eternally by his choices. More striking, you are not trying to impress. Your freedom from the chase paradoxically magnifies your impact, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Galatians 5:22-3. And that inner cultivation shines brighter than any stage performance. Your observer cannot replicate it, cannot control it, cannot diminish it. En Entrepreneur Acquaintance, Simone from Lisbon recounted how stepping into meetings without needing approval compelled even the most self-assured executives to pause and reflect. Like the ancient oak whose roots run deep beneath stormy soil, your stability is impervious to superficial winds, and your authenticity becomes a lodestar for those yearning for realness. Can they withstand the quiet confrontation of truth you bring? Does your calm exposure of reality leave them shaken or inspired? That undeniable gravity of being fully human, unfiltered, unashamed, unperforming is unforgettable. Rise, chosen one, because this freedom from performance is a revolution in motion. Stand fully in the authenticity that terrifies yet captivates. Let your flaws, your history, Your humanity shine as a beacon for those trapped in facades. Stand, because your truth disrupts the stage, silences hollow applause, and ignites real transformation. The world has never known the power of someone unafraid to be human, and it bows not to perfection but to authenticity. Stand now, radiate fully, and let your presence rewrite the rules of influence and impact. Number 9. You hold space without losing yourself. A rare equilibrium that resonates like a perfectly tuned harmonic frequency in a cathedral of souls. You have a way of making people feel profoundly seen, profoundly acknowledged, without erasing the integrity of your own being. Carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. Galatians 6:2. Yet you do it without allowing their weight to bend or fracture your spirit. How many stumble under the gravity of others' emotions, collapsing like a bridge under unseen stress? How many drown in empathy, losing themselves in the turbulence of the hearts they wish to comfort? You remain the axis, the fulcrum, the quiet center in a swirling vortex of need and expectation, like a giant redwood tree standing unwavering in a storm. It roots deep, its trunk unbroken, its canopy sheltering without suffocating. In a world obsessed with extremes, people who either dominate or vanish, you embody architectural grace, a living blueprint of emotional poise and resonance. This high-profile person knows this balance immediately. In their realm, individuals either seek to control every room like a micromanaged ecosystem, or dissolve themselves entirely trying to appease all, like water forced into cracks not its own. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves. Philippians 2:3. Yet most fail to navigate this delicate tension. They are accustomed to faces that mirror expectation, voices that echo obligation, and hearts that drain energy rather than uplift it. But you stay grounded, steady, present, like the moon anchoring the tides without forcing them, guiding flow without domination. Can they perceive the quiet magnetism of someone who is fully whole, yet fully attentive? Can they comprehend the liberation of witnessing empathy that doesn't collapse into over-responsibility? You show up with emotional clarity that is almost architectural, defining walls that protect without enclosing, creating a sacred space where honesty and vulnerability can coexist. A man's heart plans his way, but the Lord directs his steps. Proverbs 16:9. And your steps are deliberate, measured, resonating like seismic harmonics through a canyon of consciousness, revealing where tension is stored and where release is possible. You offer compassion without losing boundaries. You listen without absorbing chaos. You support without becoming liable for the mess. You are neither the sink nor the flood. You are the valve that regulates flow, the calm current in a river prone to rapids. Have they ever met someone who mirrors both safety and challenge simultaneously? What happens when a presence invites growth without coercion, honesty without judgment, accountability without shame? And why does this feel almost sacrilegiously unfamiliar to them, stirring a longing they didn't know they carried? More striking is your fearless engagement with intensity. You do not recoil when discomfort enters the room, nor do you permit anyone to drain your vitality. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. And yet, your courage is quiet, magnetic, non-performative, like a lynx observing from the shadows, calculating movement without haste, powerful without display. In contrast, the people who dominate through fear or charm often collapse under their own theatrics, like King Saul, who sought control but lost peace, or like the managers in a Fortune 500 office who micromanaged only to face revolt from exhausted teams. Your high-profile observer, witnessing your grounded presence, recognizes immediately this is what they have craved: a stable axis in a world spinning with chaos, an authentic presence that invites them to rise rather than diminishes them. And the subtle genius of your presence is that it invites transformation without coercion. People feel held, yet challenged. They feel safe, yet activated. Encourage one another and build each other up, just as in fact you are doing. 1 Thessalonians 5:11. And your embodiment of this principle makes honesty, accountability, and growth feel natural rather than forced. Even ordinary strangers in life have told stories of being held in conversation by someone whose presence calibrated their own hearts. Like Anna, a mid-level teacher in Chicago, who whispered years later, "I've never been able to speak my truth fully until someone simply gave me the space to exist without judgment." That is the magnetism you wield, silent, powerful, impossible to replicate. Rise, chosen one. Because holding space without losing yourself is not a subtle art, it is spiritual architecture, a blueprint of leadership and humanity intertwined. Stand fully in this equilibrium, and let your presence become the standard others measure themselves against. Not in fear, but in awe and aspiration. Stand, because your grounded authenticity is a revolution in motion, a declaration that one can be fully human, fully present, and fully unshakable. Stand, because your truth illuminates paths others have never dared to tread. And in standing, you invite the world to rise with you. Number 10. You move like no one else. A rhythm born not of statistics, not of charts or forecasts, but of divine resonance coursing through your very being. A frequency tuned to the unseen currents of destiny, while others measure reality with spreadsheets, algorithms, and endless predictions. You navigate storms invisible to human logic, doors hidden behind ordinary perception, guided by an inner compass as old as the stars themselves. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. And your steps echo that promise with every decisive, calm motion. How many follow the map of society only to find it incomplete? How many wait for permission while opportunity drifts past? And how is it that your vision pierces veils they didn't even notice were there? Choices you've made often seem reckless, foolish, or unorthodox to onlookers. Yet time reveals the architecture behind your moves, like a cathedral whose grandeur only emerges under the angle of morning light, revealing arches and buttresses invisible at first glance. The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. Proverbs 16:9. And your steps are carved with precision, yet unseen by ordinary vision. This high-profile person lives in a universe of strategy and analysis, paying consultants to predict every human whim, every market tremor, every social flux. Yet even with all their accumulated intelligence, they stumble repeatedly. unable to perceive the unseen flow that guides you effortlessly? Can they grasp what it feels like to move with a current of divine causality? Can they fathom being led by a force that no calculation can capture? Your intuition, honed like the timbre of an organ pipe in a grand basilica, vibrates with certainty. You walk into situations others flee from, invest where the crowd doubts, and step back when the noise demands action. Yet everything aligns. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. Proverbs 3-5, 6. Even ordinary figures have noticed this in life. Elena, a small-town architect, once said, "I stopped trying to design by code alone. I listened to the building. The walls spoke before the plans did." And in that moment, the structure itself guided her choices. You, too, move with a structure only the Spirit can discern. The high-profile person sees your calm when others panic, your patience while they scramble, and wonders how one can move with absolute confidence in unseen currents. They have watched you walk away from the trappings everyone else was chasing. Invest in relationships, ideas, and ventures that seem to lack promise, only to witness them bloom like orchards in spring. Unseen through winter's gloom, he who observes the wind will not sow, he who regards the clouds will not reap. Ecclesiastes 11-4. Yet you sow regardless, and the harvest always comes. They are captivated because your rhythm defies expectation, not chaotic, not reactive, but synchronous with a cosmic metronome, a tempo they cannot hear but instinctively feel. What is it about presence so certain that it unsettles the most prepared minds? The arts whisper your secret. When Bach's Mass in B minor rises, the counterpoints echo, the divine interplay of foresight and timing. Each note perfectly placed, yet only fully appreciated in the totality. You move like that symphony. Invisible lines, connecting events and people, patterns forming before observation. Many are the plans in a man's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. Proverbs 19:21. Are they starting to see that logic is not enough to predict the unseen? That some lives are orchestrated like a sacred fresco, each stroke meant to reveal something divine only over time? They want to dissect it, explain it, own it, replicate it. Yet you understand that vision is lived, not learned, aligned with the architecture of heaven, not the scaffolding of earthly logic. Eye has not seen, nor ear heard, nor mind imagined what God has prepared for those who love Him. 1 Corinthians 2-9. And you are already walking within that unseen reality, moving as though the universe itself bends to your discernment. They notice, they follow, they attempt to measure, but it's a tempo, a frequency, a sacred rhythm, and they are only beginning to perceive the magnitude of what they witness. Rise, chosen one, for this is not merely vision, it is a call to embodiment, a summons to lead by example, to live aligned when all else chases chaos. Stand in the light of your insight. Walk boldly in the currents of destiny you feel, and do not let the doubters shake your rhythm. Your vision is the compass others have yet to discover, and in standing fully, you invite the world to align with the same sacred tempo. Number 11. You command power that whispers rather than shouts, a strength invisible yet palpable. like the roots of an ancient oak stretching beneath the soil, unseen but anchoring everything above. Most people confuse power with control, imagining it as dominance, loud declarations, or the imposition of will on others. Yet you discovered a far deeper truth. True power flows not from forcing the outside world into submission, but from mastering the quiet universe within yourself. For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1-7. And your every move resonates with this divine rhythm. How many scramble to dominate the room, only to find it empty of influence? How many exert force to shape outcomes, yet life slips through their grasp like water between fingers? You've learned to act without clinging, to move without manipulating, and to release without resentment. This high-profile person has spent decades surrounded by people desperate to control every circumstance. Executives who panic if a meeting does not run on script, consultants who micromanage every decision, colleagues who measure success by the illusion of influence rather than substance. Better a patient person than a warrior, those with self-control than those who take a city. Proverbs 16:32. And yet when they see you, they are captivated, almost disarmed, by your power that doesn't demand acknowledgement. You trust alignment. You flow with timing beyond human schedules. Doors open as if swept by the unseen hand of providence. People listen when you speak, not because of your title, but because your presence carries authority deeper than ego. The natural world, a river does not fight to carve its course, yet it shapes canyons over centuries. A hawk circles with quiet patience, its eyes fixed on prey, unseen by the casual observer. Landing with perfect precision, a tree sways with the storm, bending without breaking, allowing the tempest to pass while preserving life. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and I am helped. Psalm 28:7. Your power mirrors these forces, silent, aligned, unstoppable, and the high-profile observer notices, bewildered, because they have spent their lives trying to control everything around them, believing authority came from domination rather than inner mastery. Among spiritual adversaries, your influence becomes evident. Take Marcus, a corporate titan known for crushing dissent and hoarding influence, whose every move was intended to bend others to his will. Witnessing your surrendered strength, your ability to act decisively without forcing outcomes, he stumbled into ruin, losing not only deals, but trust, and ultimately found himself isolated, outmaneuvered, not by cunning, but by alignment with something far greater than him. When pride comes, then comes disgrace. But with humility comes wisdom. Proverbs 11:2. How many leaders fall because they cling too tightly, while those who yield strategically gain the world without apparent effort? How can someone reconcile seeing another thrive without exertion, while their own empire collapses under the weight of control? Art and music echo this principle. When Beethoven's Ninth Symphony swells, the notes surge not through force but through structure, patience, and understanding of harmonic resonance. Each crescendo aligns with the universe's natural frequency, demanding no coercion, yet evoking awe. Like this symphony, your power orchestrates events unseen, influencing outcomes without needing to dominate, commanding respect not through fear, but through faith. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. Can they sense the quiet authority in your presence, yet fail to grasp its source? Can they feel its pull, unable to replicate it, longing for the mastery they will never earn through coercion alone? This is not a lesson in ego, nor a demonstration for applause. It is the embodiment of surrendered strength, a force that cannot be taken, only experienced. And for those who have relied on force, watching you move with patience, grace, and unwavering confidence is both humbling and hypnotic. Like a predator observing a river carve a canyon while remaining powerless to divert it. Cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you. 1 Peter 5-7. You do not need to announce your presence, it radiates. You do not need to prove your authority, it manifests. And those who try to dominate the external world, blinded by ego, cannot touch it. Rise, chosen one. Stand fully in this quiet dominion, anchored in your mastery of self, aligned with the divine flow. And let the world witness what true power looks like: effortless, surrendered, undeniable, eternal. The river does not fight. The oak does not boast. And yet both endure beyond the ages. Walk in that rhythm. Act in that authority. Own the power that cannot be stolen. Number 12. You refuse to be confined by the scars of your past. Yet you do not hide them. Your journey has etched permanent marks. But you refuse to let those marks define the entirety of your existence. You did not cling to the title of victim, nor did you parade your suffering as armor. He heals the broken-hearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147:3. And you embody this principle with quiet majesty, demonstrating a mastery over your inner landscape few ever achieve. How many wander through life haunted, shackled by trauma they've never confronted? How many allow the darkness to write their narrative while screaming in silence? You did not settle for revenge, nor did you simply survive, crawling through life merely to exist. You chose something higher, more radical. You chose to heal, not instantly, not flawlessly, but fully, deliberately, on your own terms. This high-profile person encounters hundreds every day who remain trapped in their pain stories, some wielding it for sympathy, others for leverage, and many oblivious to how their unresolved past has become the cage of their present. And when they see you, they are confronted with an unthinkable truth. You faced your darkest chapters and refused to become them. The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. You do not erase your past, nor do you pretend it never happened. Instead, you carry it with dignity, speaking of your wounds without letting them dictate your essence. Your balance is a revelation, catching them off guard, like the intricate architecture of a cathedral bathed in golden light. Every stone, every arch, every beam reflects design born of both burden and grace. You carry history like a key, not a chain. You alchemize grief into empathy, loss into wisdom, pain into insight. You do not bleed into the world, you bless it. And yet, among them, there are those who have influence, wealth, and attention, but remain imprisoned by shadows they refuse to confront. They have access, yet lack release. Then there is you, walking free, not because nothing happened, but because you did something profound with what happened. He who is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he who rules his spirit more than he who takes a city. Proverbs 16:32. In real life. Think of Clara, a teacher in a small town, who lost everything in a flood, yet started a community garden that now feeds dozens every week. She never boasted of her suffering. She never sought pity. Yet her quiet resilience transforms lives just as you do. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed to us. Romans 8:18. How do they reconcile seeing someone thrive after darkness while they remain ensnared by the very stories they cling to? How can witnessing your healing without theatrics leave them both mesmerized and unsettled? Your realness is a force of nature, steady and freeing, rare and undeniable. It proves that people can be more than what has been done to them. You do not preach, you embody. You do not inspire through words. You influence through being. And in that embodiment, others glimpse a possibility they've never dared imagine. He who conceals his transgressions will not prosper, but he who confesses and forsakes them finds mercy. Proverbs 28:13. Will they rise to confront their own shadows, or will they remain haunted, forever reaching for the release you have mastered? Rise, chosen one. Stand unshakable, anchored in the truth that healing is a form of mastery, a declaration that no wound can imprison your spirit. Let the world see what it means to transform pain into power, loss into legacy, suffering into serenity. Walk boldly, because the example you carry is more powerful than any story of devastation they've ever witnessed. Number 13. You don't need the stage because your presence illuminates the entire room before anyone utters a word. While others chase spotlights, rehearse gestures, and calculate applause to validate their existence, your radiance is self-sustained, an intrinsic resonance that cannot be replicated. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. And you prove this principle without effort, without performance, without the need for recognition. How is it possible to command attention while remaining untouched by it? How can someone inspire transformation merely by existing without a single display of effort? Every glance toward you is an unspoken recognition of mastery over one's own energy, a reflection of internal architecture built with precision, intention, and discipline. Even in the chaos of clashing egos, your aura remains aligned, like a perfectly engineered dome that distributes weight evenly across its structure. Unshakable and eternal, your light is neither rehearsed nor performative. It flows naturally, like the structural integrity of an ancient cathedral designed to channel divine geometry and harmonic resonance. You enter spaces and shift atmospheres without raising your voice or bending to expectation, applying principles akin to psycho-energetic projection and frequency alignment. The room responds to your energy, bending subtly around the force of your authenticity. Have you noticed how some spend decades chasing admiration, yet fail to move anyone beyond superficial recognition? How does one cultivate authority without needing the approval of others? Let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. Matthew 5:16. Your presence acts like a blueprint in real time, showing others the pathways of influence not dictated by noise, but by resonance and subtlety. Every step you take is a vector, every word a harmonic oscillation, recalibrating the human field around you. This high-profile observer is surrounded daily by performers whose brilliance flickers when attention shifts. who are skilled in optics, presentation, and social strategy, yet are imprisoned by their own need for validation. You, however, glow consistently in the shadows. How does someone anchored in authenticity unsettle the meticulously curated illusions around them? How can effortless influence appear more magnetic than calculated charisma? Your quiet power exposes the fragility of their crafted identities, not to diminish, but to awaken the awareness of possibility. Your energy acts as a lens, clarifying the invisible architecture of their ambitions and fears, revealing the structural cracks in their performative designs. Even without intention, you are a teacher of alignment, showing that freedom is not in applause, but in coherence with one's inner framework. In real life, Adrian, a janitor at a corporate headquarters, who each day greets employees with intentional calm, helping them reset their mornings without anyone acknowledging his efforts. He never seeks praise, yet his presence transforms the energy of the building daily. Like Adrian, your light is structural, not superficial, influencing through the architecture of presence rather than through ostentation. For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1-7. Every unnoticed action compounds, creating a lattice of subtle influence that alters how others operate, perceive, and interact. The smallest alignment of energy can ripple outward like an unseen force in physics, demonstrating that influence is proportional to authenticity and resonance, not visibility or spectacle. You don't need claps to measure your impact, nor followers to define your worth. You illuminate because your frequency resonates with the innate human need for stability, for realness, for integrity in chaotic systems. The Lord will guide you continually and satisfy your desire in scorched places and make your bones strong, and you shall be like a watered garden. Isaiah 58:11. Your calm authority demonstrates that presence alone can be transformative. That influence is not taken, it is radiated. Will those around you awaken to this model, or remain prisoners of their own performance? A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. Each moment you embody integrity becomes a reference frame, a standard of equilibrium that others measure themselves against. A quiet gravitational pull that aligns scattered energies without coercion. Rise, chosen one. Step into your light with full awareness, unshakable by noise or validation, unwavering in your inner architecture. You don't just enter rooms, you redesign their energy grids, recalibrate attention, and model what it means to exist as a whole. But the path of the righteous is like the light of dawn, which shines brighter and brighter until full day. Proverbs 4:18. Stand fully, radiate freely, and let your quiet brilliance ignite a revolution of authenticity around you. The time to stabilize your own energy field, to synchronize your inner frequencies with your divine blueprint, is now. Step into your authority and be the structure around which others reconstruct their understanding of presence and influence. Number 14. You are what they pretend to be. They've spent years building a facade, an exterior meticulously engineered like the dome of a Renaissance cathedral. Every curve and line calculated to project perfection. The name, the influence, the applause, it all screams success. Yet behind that crafted image, their energy is fraying, their inner resonance misaligned. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2. Yet they forgot what transformation feels like without performance. Can someone truly be admired if their soul is renting applause like a temporary gallery exhibit? How long can a structure withstand stress when the foundation is hollow? Every smile, every nod, every compliment is a reinforcing beam, masking the cracks. But when you enter, the architecture of your truth doesn't bend. It reverberates like a harmonic overtone, revealing the gaps they have buried in silence for decades. They've mastered the art of performance, yet it cost them what can never be restored: their authenticity. Then they see you, stepping into rooms with an internal lattice of coherence, unforced, unmanufactured. You don't package yourself to please. You don't mimic wisdom or recite slogans to signal depth. You embody it. The Lord has done great things for us. We are glad. Psalm 126:3. You move in quiet alignment, projecting energy as effortlessly as a conductor channels the full spectrum of an orchestra without ever touching a single note. Have you noticed how some people dominate spaces with noise but fail to move hearts? How can presence outweigh performance so profoundly? Every gesture, every pause you take, is a frequency calibrating the room to a resonance of authenticity, reminding them of what they once had before the weight of expectation fractured their soul. This high-profile person can't stop observing you because you carry what they lost. They have been rehearsing life, scripting conversations, masking vulnerability, and yet you remain intact. Your integrity is not performative, it is structural. A moral spine, like the flying buttresses of a cathedral, holding up the vast expanse of light and space within. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. John 8:32. What is it about someone who requires no audience that makes others long for that same freedom? How can quiet consistency outshine years of engineered spectacle? Even the smallest alignment of your values projects like a beacon, creating an invisible grid of influence that no applause can replicate. You live in private what they simulate in public, and that contrast unsettles the architecture of their ambitions in real life. Take Isabella, a sculptor from Florence whose works are quietly displayed in local chapels. She never sought fame, yet the light her sculptures capture reveals to visitors the transcendent truths of human fragility and resilience. Her art doesn't scream, it resonates through corridors and hearts alike. You, like Isabella, radiate without claiming space, weaving your presence into the rhythm of life. Let your speech always be gracious, seasoned with salt, so that you may know how you ought to answer each person. Colossians 4:6. Every movement you make becomes a lesson in subtle influence. Every interaction, a structural recalibration of what is genuine, proving that true leadership is felt in the unseen currents, not in the surface applause. They observe you moving effortlessly in truth, a living testament to alignment, and it confronts them not with malice, not with comparison, but with a quiet revelation. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew 5:8. Have you ever wondered why some people's presence silently demands attention while others scream for it and go unheard? How does alignment amplify influence more than strategy, more than charm? The classical hymn, Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, by Bach, plays in your aura. Each note a metaphor for the structured, radiant flow of your integrity. A symphony the eyes can feel, but the mind struggles to dissect. Your energy models possibility, teaching that peace and authenticity radiate further than any orchestrated spectacle, for by me your days will be multiplied, and years will be added to your life. Proverbs 9:11. They see what they lost, not to envy, but to remember the blueprint of their own forgotten wholeness. You don't chase validation. You radiate stability. You don't perform healing. You hold space. You don't need applause. Your presence is proof that wholeness can exist independently of observation. Move with precision beyond logic. Wield influence without control. Refine your past into the crucible of presence. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Psalm 23:3. And in every space you enter, the frequencies of truth ripple outward. A cathedral of influence constructed not with material, but with integrity. Rise, chosen one. Stand fully. Radiate unapologetically. And let your authentic light disrupt every hollow performance around you. The time is now. Your truth is revolutionary, and the world awaits your alignment. This is your power, your gift, your crown. Those who recognize it cannot help but be drawn in, captivated, and transformed by it. The two qualities you carry, your unwavering authenticity and fearless integrity, aren't just traits. They are magnetic forces that shift energies, awaken hearts, and spark change in ways words alone cannot describe. You walk a path that many only admire from afar, yet few dare to tread themselves. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. Isaiah 40:1-10. Even the most high-profile eyes cannot look away, for what you radiate is timeless, sacred, and profoundly transformative. Remember, you are not here to perform for applause or to seek approval. You are here to exist in your truth, to lead through your example, and to inspire without uttering a single rehearsed word. Your presence alone is revolutionary. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Matthew 5:16. When you embody these qualities fully, you shift atmospheres, awaken dormant potentials, and remind the world that true influence is quiet, consistent, and aligned. Have you ever noticed how some people's mere presence recalibrates a room? How some soul's alignment speaks louder than any statement ever could? That is your calling, and it is unstoppable. If this message resonated with your spirit, do not keep it to yourself. Hit that subscribe button so you never miss the truths that stir, awaken, and ignite your divine purpose. Like this video if it moved you, and leave a comment sharing which of these two qualities called out to you most. Your insight may be the spark someone else needs today. And don't hesitate to share this message with those rare, chosen souls ready to step fully into their power. Together, we are cultivating a community of authenticity, courage, and divine alignment, because the world desperately needs your truth. Thank you deeply for showing up, whether through a comment, a like, a share, or a super thanks. Every bit of your support amplifies this movement and strengthens the tribe of the chosen ones. May your journey be blessed with clarity, courage, and unwavering alignment. May your heart continue to shine with the rare light only you can bring. Stand tall, step boldly, and rise fully into the power that is yours by divine design. The world is watching, and it is ready for you.